This is the regular meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called to order Tuesday, December 15th at 4 p.m. Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. On the call of the roll, I'd like to note that due to the resignation of Member Hepner, I assume that you would like to appoint Member Hinsey and Member Pilpil to sit on today's meeting.
Yes, I would.
Yes. On the call of the roll, Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Chair Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. We have a quorum. As all of the parties are not yet present, would you like to move on, take items out of order to hear item numbers 18, adoption of the October 20th, 2015 Compliance Amendments Committee meeting minutes.
Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
I haven't had a chance to go over it. Do you want to adopt it with edits of mine to come in addition to yours?
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. Then I will so move.
Do I hear a second?
I guess I'll second, even though I wasn't at the meeting, but yeah, I'll second.
The motion is to approve the minutes of October 20th, 2015 as amended. Is there any public comment on that? I do not see any public comment. On that motion, Member Hinsey.
I wasn't there, so I guess I'll have to.
You still
You
vote.
can still vote.
Oh,
yeah.
aye.
Could we do this without objection?
Without objection.
The motion passes without objection. The minutes for October 20th, 2015 are adopted as amended.
Okay, I was not there either, but I have some edits, picky edits.
And I'll do mine very quickly. You missed a fun one. It was never mind. Moving right along.
I do not see Mr. Petrellis in the room yet. I did not hear any word of his ability to appear or not. Would you like to move on to... Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is item number 2, file number 15063, hearing on the status of the order of determination complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against District Attorney George Gascon and the Office of the District Attorney for violating Administrative Code Section 67.25A and 67.29-5. I believe at the last Compliance Amendments Committee, the committee requested that the District Attorney's Office document the improvements to their calendar in order to memorialize the changes. The committee would like to see evidence that the improvements have been implemented and request samples of the improved calendar.
All right, at this time,
Maybe Petrellis.
I'd like to hear from the complainant first. Mr. Petrellis? You have 5 minutes to present your assessment of compliance with what the Sunshine Task Force wanted to see.
Right. There's been an improvement in compliance, but I have to point out that this complaint is one of many, and that my previous complaints stretch back at least 2 years, perhaps 3 years, on the matter of the district attorney's calendar. A few days ago, they did provide me with the November 2015 calendar, and yeah, it's an improvement. I hope that you've all received it. I have a copy of it, prints out to 3 pages, and it's minimally better. It's telling us more on certain days how the district attorney is spending his time. However, there are also days where there's just not enough information in terms of what he was doing between events. And for example, Monday, November 23rd, all day, DA to conduct meetings in office. That's not good enough. There's also a event listed here where he sat down with a judge and the judge is named. At previous hearings, we've heard from Alex that they couldn't disclose how he was spending his time, if he was meeting with prosecutors in his office or meeting with an attorney, because it could jeopardize an investigation and conviction. Well, now they included that information about him, the DA meeting with a judge. So why I'm mentioning that is because for years they have not provided this information. They have many more days on the district attorney's calendar where it's totally empty. So I'm really sick, literally sick, from the stress of having to come down here over the years because the district attorney and his colleagues that he keeps sending has never shown up with anything in writing. They've talked about memorializing some of the changes, but that's only been verbally. The DA's office has never presented anything on paper in terms of the changes. I've heard them dance and sing in terms of how they've consulted with the city attorney's office, and yet it is many months later, the toll on my health from continually coming down here to deal with the district attorney who should be providing a calendar is shameful. So yes, there's been improvement, but this has gone on too long. This complaint has gone on too long because the district attorney is not cooperating.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to hear from Mr. Bastian from the District Attorney's Office.
Hello, everybody. Let me explain what the improvements are and what the changes are. As you can see before you, every day there's something on calendar. Locations of meetings are included. List of people, if it's less than 10 people not meeting with the office employee staff is listed. There's more detail in the calendar. All of those things are changed. Another key change has been that we are now, even though it's a little bit more cumbersome, we are now keeping the calendar digitally versus handwritten for the viewing pleasure of people that may want to look at it. As far as some of the investigative and prosecutorial issues that arise, again, we are sitting in a very unique seat. This is something that's come up before as well. We took the recommendations of this Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and we worked with it to make the improvements that you see before you. And so the final result kind of is a difference. It's a difference that takes into account our prosecutorial and investigative function that's granted to us by the state. As far as Mr. Petrelis's statements about a judge being listed there, what we're doing is if there are meetings that are strictly social in nature, if there are meetings in there that are not investigative, I should say, or not prosecutorial, then those meetings are being included. But if there are meetings there that are investigative in nature or prosecutorial in nature that can compromise something in some way, public safety requires us, mandates us to do everything in our power to make sure that we can preserve the integrity of any prosecution or investigation in any case. So given that totality, that is what you see before you. The very latest of November, I figured Mr. Petrelis would send the public records request. It's right there, right in front of you, exemplifying the changes from what it was before.
All right, at this time, the matters with the committee. Member Pilpel.
Thank you. So, we've been at this for a few months,
Correct.
Several meetings. I recall specifically at our last meeting 2 months ago that, and it's in the minutes, that we requested that the DA document the improvement to the calendar in order to memorialize the changes. The committee would like to see evidence that the improvement has been implemented and request samples of the improved calendar. Well, we have a sample of the November calendar. It does demonstrate, I would say, some improvements. I wouldn't say it's a lot of improvements, but it's some. But I think what we also asked for, because I remember asking for it, was that we get a memo or some communication from your office explaining in writing what the changes are, saying every day we will do this, for certain meetings we will do that, sort of what the new process is, because this task force and this committee has yet to be satisfied that you've got procedures in place. I mean, we've seen bits and pieces, but we haven't seen a documented procedure that says, here's how we go about, the old Prop G calendar. And I'm still looking for that. I mean, I really wanted to close this out today, but I'm having trouble with that. So I'd like to hear about that. I'd also note, I get that you're showing something every day, and something is better than nothing, and there were days in the past where we had nothing. But for the days where you're showing things, it's limited. So there's where you've got one event listed during the day, I don't want to conclude that the DA is only working for that 1 hour a day. That would seem, something. So I guess I'd like to see the rest of the calendar filled up, even if you're saying, 8 to noon staff meetings, something else. I mean, the intent behind this is that there's, as you know, that there's public accountability for elected officials and department heads. Right. And I don't think the task force. I don't think Mr. Petrellis is actually seeking any crazy stuff here. Just sort of kind of what's the guy doing all day? Right. And I think there's lots that you can tell us that doesn't get into the specifics of a case. I don't want to know if you're dealing with a sex crime and the particulars and the prosecution, the victims, and I don't want to know that. I don't need to know that. Nobody needs to know that. You're doing that. That's fine. But if you looked at this, if you were some other person looking at this calendar, would you get a sense of what your boss was doing? Seriously? Really? I think you'd have questions. And I think you'd have reasonable questions. And I think that's what we're trying to get at is, once again, it's better. It's not perfect. We're never going to get to perfect with you or with any, perfect is a goal. We work on that. But some documentation that recounts what you just told us and a little more on how this process works. You can demystify it. You can put it in writing. You can work with Christine. You can work with whoever the confidential secretary is to the DA, et cetera. That's what we asked for last time. What else do we need to do? How can we make this happen? Thank you.
May I respond briefly?
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting, but this has been an ongoing conversation with the city attorney's office. It's really finding the delicate balance that really exists with making sure that we preserve every single bit of any investigation and prosecution that we can, while at the same time balancing that with some of the very important concerns that are being raised here as well. And that is why there are some improvements there. There's still a process. We're trying to find the right equilibrium to preserve everyone's best interest as it relates to criminal justice, as it relates to prosecution investigation, also all the different parts of the equation that you were expressing about. But as far as something memorialized, are you referring to perhaps sending an email to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, perhaps? Would that be
an
something?
Email or a memo that says, here's what we do, here's what we're not doing, here's what we are doing, here are the changes that we made, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to keep repeating this part, but we get the prosecutorial stuff. I'm sure there are other staff meetings with other department heads, with people within the office. I assume he meets with you from time to time. I can't imagine that there's anything problematic about disclosing a meeting between the DA and yourself.
Well, I pretty much deal with, I would say, a series of cases every day. There are a bunch of different cases that we look into on a daily basis. So that is actually not accurate. I myself am a prosecutor as well.
But you're not actually handling cases, are you?
I handle cases in a variety of capacities.
Fine.
So
if you're not handling a case, but if you're just handling the PR, the communications part of it, of things for the office, a meeting with the communications director shouldn't reveal anything special. It's just a meeting.
Actually, again, for prosecutors, anything that we convey, there are a series of ethical responsibilities that are obligated on behalf of all prosecutors that we have to abide by.
Alex.
So no, I'm just telling you that we're very uniquely situated, even when it comes to public communication.
But you don't say what it's related to. You just say meeting with Alex Bastion, communications director.
Okay.
Period.
Yeah.
You know that. What's the problem there?
Yeah, I want to say that when I read what we were expecting, I was expecting a memo from the district attorney's office about these are our new procedures for keeping the calendar. And one thing you're doing is you're putting it on a website. That's good, okay? And your guidelines as to what you're going to reveal. And I agree completely with Member Pilpel. I think you could be a lot more forthcoming without jeopardizing any prosecutions that your office is involved in. We wouldn't want you to do that. But there is a level at which you could describe something in a very general way that would let members of the public know that the DA's office is on the job. And without jeopardizing anything, I think you can be more detailed, and I think there's just a common sense solution to this. Of course, you want it to pass muster with the city attorney's office. You don't want to jeopardize the work you're doing, but we'd like to see, and this is important for all city departments and department heads and everybody who's supposed to be keeping a calendar. You know, I don't think the mayor's office does a very good job at all with this. His is as bare bones as the DA's. Okay. But I think that there's a way to be informative and so that you can be held accountable without jeopardizing anything. Because, you know, we, the members of the public, expect the DA to do its job to help protect all of us and our interests. So we don't want that jeopardized. So there is a balancing act, and I suggest you find it sooner rather than later and get us a memo, and then an example maybe of January and February where it's informative.
Can I respond to one quick thing?
Sure.
Given that we do have a statewide investigative and prosecutorial function, it's only natural that our calendar is going to appear different than agencies that are strictly limited to city localities, for example, the mayor's office. However, that being said, it creates an additional level of consideration and an additional level of...
Memorialize it already.
Excuse me.
Alex.
Hey.
Enough.
Please.
I'm just going to refrain from speaking because there's really no benefit at this point, given that there are interruptions happening. But essentially what I was going to say is there are going to be differences there, but everything that's said is duly noted, and in the next time around, in going forward.
Excuse me, Mr. Petrellis, please.
Yes.
Well, we need to, wait.
My help.
Hey, excuse me. Please, continue.
Everything that this task force is indicating has been duly noted.
Thank you. All right. Do you have anything further to say?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Petrellis, you have 3 minutes, and
My apologies for the outburst, but this has gone on long enough. I have received the 4 months' worth of calendars from the chief of police, and it prints out, 1 month printed out to 7 pages. It tells me where he's had meetings, who he's met with, and what the topics are. The chief of police. 4 months worth. You do not have a complaint from me against the police department's chief on this matter. The district attorney refuses to memorialize it. They have plenty of computers to write it down. I am not coming back anymore on this. It has gone on long enough. I really think if there has been consultation with the city attorney about the district attorney, it shouldn't take this long. Months Not one memo from them. I'm not coming back. It's taken up enough of my time. It's eating into my health. And I'm not going to put up with this guy anymore and his BS and talking about, well, we got different this. No. I'm sorry to expand this just a little bit and say that my government access project is proceeding. I am gathering all these calendars. They are going to be up on a single website in the new year. People have to see for themselves what I have gathered. And the public and taxpayers will soon be able to look at what has been provided me from this office, and they can make up their own minds, and then they can compare the calendar, which comes with no problem and great details from Greg Surd's office and days. Then people can compare it. That's where I'm going with all of this. That is part of the reason why I have put the time in with these complaints to get these calendars, to bring them to the public, because unfortunately our law does not require the posting of these calendars online. If they did, we wouldn't need to be hearing this complaint. Again, I apologize for the outburst, but enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the matters with the task force. Member Pilpel.
I think I've made my position pretty clear. I would encourage Mr. Petrellis to de-escalate a little if you can. I get that you're unhappy. I'm unhappy. You get that. But I would encourage you to come back. I think this is important, and I think we're getting somewhere. It's taking a while. It's frustrating. I get that. You certainly aren't required to, but I would encourage you to consider sending some examples of the Greg Sur calendar to Mr. Bastian. Maybe that would help them. Maybe that would inspire them. I don't know if you've asked for the public defender's calendar, because they're a somewhat similar office. That might be interesting to see, and that might also benefit Mr. Bastian. I mean, we're trying to help him. We're trying to help them. I'm not prepared to close this matter today based on what we've heard. I really would like to get a memo, and if to whatever point you're at, in a month and a half, that's the memo that we'd like to see, copy to Mr. Petrellis. If there are still outstanding issues that you're working with the city attorney on, bring the city attorney here. Let's talk about what can be in and what can't. You talked about there being a great difference between your calendar and that of any other San Francisco city official. I actually don't think it should be that different. I mean, if you're just saying meeting with prosecutors, I wouldn't be surprised if you have meetings with prosecutors all day, every day. That's cool. You don't even have to necessarily say who or the specifics of the case. Just meeting with prosecutors. That's good. That suggests that something is happening. I don't know what else to say. We should ask for public comment. I'm happy to make a motion to continue to the call of the chair. Once again, I think we've made very clear that we're requesting a memo explaining the changes to memo to the task force, copy to Mr. Petrellis, bring the city attorney if you need to. Let's finish this. Let's get this done.
I think it's clear what we want. I think the city or the district attorney should have a good understanding of what would make sense working with the city attorney. But
no one's trying to jeopardize any investigation.
This should not be very hard, actually. I don't think.
I believe the motion by Member Pilpel is to continue the matter to the call of the chair and request that the district attorney's office provide a memo explaining the changes made to the procedures in regards to calendaring, or not calendaring, but provision of the district attorney's calendar.
With some examples of it being implemented.
With samples.
Yeah, I mean, you can say there was a meeting with a prosecutor to do blah. Here's how we're proposing to capture that in the calendar. And if that does, and we'll look at that, and if that does the trick, we'll say, great, you got to it. We're all good. Let's see that. Let's talk about it. I don't want to know the case. I don't want you to know who you're meeting with. Put that in writing. Let's get there. That's the motion. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, is there any public comment on this matter?
What I see here from Mr. Petralis over and over again is him being extremely personalizing this and getting extremely upset. And sorry to say, but I actually did a public record search on Mr. Petralis, and he has a history of calling up agencies like the mayor's office and threatening people's dogs and people getting restraining orders and stuff. So, there are two sides to everything. And I think just as a general rule, it would be helpful to just put aside a lot of feelings that a person might have to just try to work with the department to get the documents that you ask for. Pretty simple.
Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the
motion?
Or without
Member-
objection?
Or with, no, go ahead, call the roll.
right.
Would you call the roll, please?
On the motion to continue, Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye.
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 Pilpel, aye. Member Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. I just like to let the complainant know that he will be invited to the next meetings, but he's not required to attend.
And we should also reduce the packet because we've got a lot of pages in here. And next time, I think we can just do what's new, the order and things since then.
Yes.
And I'd like to
memo, not-
see this on the next meeting of this committee, Compliance and Amendments, which will be
That'll be
probably
approximately 2 months.
in February, 2 months from today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, would you call the next items on the calendar or on the agenda, please?
I'd like to point, in regards to the next several items, item 3 through 16, I did work with former member Hefner in regards to these complaints, and I did contact both the complainant and the respondent regarding using an alternative hearing method for these items, as the committee is familiar with the parties, and they have both agreed as far as I understand. And therefore, I'd like to suggest the motion to find that the task force has jurisdiction over items 3 through 16 at this time.
Can you call the case numbers so I can...
We're just finding jurisdiction at this time.
So are we calling them all together?
No, we are not.
This is vote on jurisdiction for all of them.
So,
These are items 3 through 16.
Can you call the item numbers so I know?
We will do that shortly. Please have a seat.
Actually, I think we should call the items if we're going to act.
Well,
Even define
this is just
jurisdiction.
for jurisdiction. I will call them items.
If you would, just give the file numbers, please.
Item number 3, file number 15112. Item number 4, file number 15118. Item number 5, 15151. Item number 6, 15121. Item number 7, file number 15140. Item number 8, 15137. Item number 9, 15138. Item number 10, 15150. Item number 11, 1511. 15144. Item number 12, 15114. Item number 13, 15147. Item number 14, 15154. Item number 15, 15113. And item number 16, 15155.
So do I have a motion to find jurisdiction on these matters?
so moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none without objection. Mr. Young,
Motion
would
to find
you?
jurisdiction passes without objection. First item listed is item number 3, file number 15112. Complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Section 67.29-6 for failure to disclose on their website the amount and source of any money, goods, or services worth more than $100 in aggregate provided to the department for the purpose of carrying out or assisting any city function. I believe that the Arts Commission did provide a response stating that the list of donors to the agency is listed online. However, there is a provision that the Arts Commission stated that if the grant is provided with conditions, they do not always post the dollar amount online or provide that disclosure if there's provision in the grant.
Okay.
I would like, if you'd like to,
Sorry.
Okay,
if you would like to allow the complainant time to comment on this matter?
yes. Ms. Trudeau, would you?
Hi there. I was trying to just bring up that section on their website, which is very hidden away. Basically, I went through all of these and tried to make the headings very clear. I wanted this to be against Tom DeCaney of the Arts Commission because I originally filed this complaint a year ago, and it was known to them that this was an issue, it was a problem, and there was no effort made to rectify the problem. So basically, Blumberg Philanthropies has increased their grant to the San Francisco Arts Commission threefold, and it will continue beginning in 2015 on into the future indefinitely. It's an enormous sum of money. And there's no mention made of that anywhere. And in fact, their donation website looks like more of an advertisement than anything of any informational value. So there was also the administrator's report done by Ken Malley, which talked about the need for the Arts Commission to establish ways to catalog again, because Brooks something underneath the Civic Center is a kind of repository for artwork that's not very well categorized. And in that report, again, the Arts Commission is inviting help. Well, this is a long-term problem. It didn't happen overnight. And it's the same with this donation thing, particularly in the areas of the arts where donations are a huge part of the money that's brought in to the program. Dee Wellesley is now having her own problems with the Attorney General over writing a check and not passing it through the Fine Arts DeYoung Museum Board. So it's a real problem. And also, a reminder was sent from this task force to all departments on March 13th of 2015 to put the donation amounts and names on their website. It's if you pull it up, I don't really know how to do it on this laptop, but you will find that their donation site is more like, here, put in the amount of money you want and attribute it who you want it to be attributed to. I mean, it's very remedial, and for the amount of money that they deal with, that is not clear, and it's a long-standing problem. And I've certainly made note of it at many full commission meetings, and of course nothing was ever done about it. I'm sorry. The reason why I wanted it particularly against Tom DeCaney is because he's the department head, and I look at this complaint here as a serious complaint. It's not a little thing that they're working to make changes to their website. We've had many hearings where
It's there if you go down.
their website is in question.
Yeah, I know.
You just type it in Google.
Yeah. No. There you go.
While that's happening, if she's done, can we go to?
Go on to the next one? Is that what you said?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
We hear from Kate while they're pulling this up.
Yeah, let's hear from Kate Patterson while we're waiting for this. We'll have questions for you.
Good afternoon. Kate Patterson, Director of Communications of the San Francisco Arts Commission. I first, just to clarify for the public record, the Arts Commission did not receive funding from the Bloomberg Foundation. Rather, the Bloomberg Foundation did announce that it was making a very large investment in local arts nonprofits, but this money did not come to the Arts Commission. And I just want to keep this argument focused on what the actual complaint was rather than address all of the random things that were brought up in Ms. Tribu's testimony. So we had responded, and basically, historically, the Arts Commission had followed the advice of the city attorney, which is the same advice that was given to the Fine Arts Museums and to the Asian Art Museum around donations to those institutions, including monetary donations and donations of artwork. And there were different sort of regulations applied to those donations. But in looking at this closer, we do feel that the way that we represent donations to the agency, and I also want to clarify for the record, which are not significant to the Arts Commission, since we are a granting organization, we give money out for the most part. And so we did feel that we could revise this page, but before we put resources into redoing the page, which would require hiring a contractor, we wanted to just get clear direction from this committee so that when we do it right once out of the gate. I should also say that, when this was first raised was, I think, 6 or 9 months ago, and we have been in the process of trying to get a new website sort of off the ground and running, and that process has been protracted, but I'm happy to say that we are working with a website developer, so it's actually, the timing is great for us to be talking about this because we're in a position where we can sort of re-envision this and have the way that we represent donations to the agency sort of be a model for the city. So with your input, we're happy to make improvements. I did note that the public library has a sort of a different format, and again, I would love to hear your thoughts on how you would like us to proceed. But for now, which is very common for an arts organization, for those organizations, and some include departments, other city departments with whom we work on specific projects, we have acknowledged their partnership or contribution to the Arts Commission in the form of a logo. This is very standard. Mm-hmm. And then we do, let's see. And then we do have just a list of organizations that have, or individuals that have donated to us. In keeping with the city attorney's advice, I think that if the donor does, but we don't have the amounts, as you can see, whereas the library does include the amounts. So again, this is sort of the historic way we've been representing this based on the city attorney's advice, and we're happy to revisit this. But the other thing is that if the donor wishes to be anonymous, which is very often the case, then we would not list them. So in order to be able to acquire the funds or the donation, whatever form it may take. So again, this is really, I look forward to hearing your insights, and I will make note of those. And as we move forward with our design develop process, we can make improvements and make sure that we're never before this committee again about this issue.
All right, thank you. I have some questions. No, for you, okay. Yes. Okay, so looking at the list, it looks like, so the Arts Commission primarily obtains grants from foundations, it looks like, or companies or corporations. Mm-hmm. And sometimes individuals.
Yes, and it's not that often. So this is a list that's sort of cumulative over a number of different years. But, it's not often that we've moved away from applying for grants for the Arts Commission. I mean, we do it to a certain extent, but through our strategic plan, we learned that many of our grantees viewed us as competition for dollars, and as a funder, that's kind of weird. So we are now just really focusing on grant making, and then we do apply for some foundational grants, grants through the National Endowment for the Arts to support certain programs or initiatives that also support the grantee community.
So just off the top of my head, I was looking at this case completely differently when I read our attorney's memo and so forth and the complaint. I was envisioning the Arts Commission getting works of art that from some private donor, and the donor not wanting to attach a monetary value to it, and so when I see somebody like Jane Alexander, who's an actress as far as I know, but anyway, so she's somebody who gave some works of art to the Arts Commission, or I don't know. That's how I was thinking about this. So now I'm seeing a list of. So I'm wondering how much money the Arts Commission got from the National Endowment for the Arts and when that money was given. I think that kind of information would be helpful to include. I don't think that would violate the part of the charter that we were asked to look at in this matter. So I just wanted to say that how I was thinking about this seems to be different from what the reality of your grant giving and grant receiving.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the interpretation that we've been using is more applicable to a museum setting where they are getting donations of art more frequently. We have a moratorium on gifts of art to the city with some exceptions, but it's really not something that happens often. I would say that most of the individual donors have contributed to specific programs of the Arts Commission, like the Arts Commission Gallery or Writers Corps, for example. So those have been specific programmatic donations. Again, we're sort of moving away from that as well now that we have the Friends of Art Care organization, which is an independent nonprofit that will be doing fundraising or accepting donations to support the Arts Commission's programs versus donations going directly to the Arts Commission. So this is all sort of, there's a transition underway, but when this issue was raised, it provided cause for us to take another look at this, and it does seem to me that there is no reason why we wouldn't be able to list, for example, for the National Endowment for the Arts, when the grant was received and the amount of the grant. I mean, that's all public. And, the question, before I proceeded to make a significant change on our website, which would cost money, and I did not want to have to do it again, was on the format. And so I did provide, I think that the public library has sort of the best example of how it can be represented, but and I'm happy to replicate that. But if there are issues with that, then I want to know so that, again, I'm getting it right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Member Pilfell.
Thank you. First question, are we back to Patterson, or are you still hyphenated? I want to make sure I've got it right.
It doesn't matter.
Well, we should get it right.
It's okay. Patterson's fine.
Okay. Okay. I guess I perhaps view this as Member Washburn did initially. You're suggesting that there are two potentially conflicting sections here. I don't actually see it that way. I think that 5.100 is actually about works of art, and I can read that the way I read it carefully, as you have in page 2 of your letter. The governing boards of the departments may accept and shall comply with the terms and conditions of loans, gifts, devises, bequests, or agreements donating works of art or other assets to their department without action of the board, so long as acceptance entails no expense to the city beyond ordinary care and maintenance. I read that narrowly to be about donating works of art or other assets. The other provision, the 29-6, is really about support or money or goods or services. But to me, goods or services does not include works of art. It's sort of more lower value material things, if anything. But it's really about money that you receive. So if someone donates to the department through Friends of, through a grant, I'm not sure how far I go with grant receiving. But in any event, contributions that you receive that are not works of art, I think are covered by 29-6. So I don't really see a conflict between the two. I apologize, I've not looked at we've talked about this in terms of the library several years ago. I have not looked at the library website recently to see how they track it, and I think the section that you showed here, maybe if you can go up on the thing, was about public-private partnerships or donate, something like that. I think this is actually more appropriate in a section like, where was it here? Not public meetings, but I would have a thing here on either About Us or public notices, because this really is like your statement of incompatible activities. It's like one of those reference sections, if you will. And I guess I don't see, or with the annual report, whatever, I don't see this as being a problematic disclosure, particularly given what you said that you're not getting a lot of direct contributions.
I'm not arguing that
Okay.
it's problematic. I'm just saying that, before this issue was raised,
Right.
that the development director, who is now the director of partnerships, she knew she had to disclose something online, and the parameters for that disclosure were defined by the city attorney based on this. I agree that I think that there's no reason why we can't, do what the library does. I mean, I don't think that, unless a donor wishes to be anonymous, then I think that we should honor that.
Even so, I think you list it as a $25,000 contribution or whatever from an anonymous donor to support arts programs.
Exactly.
So they all should be listed.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that it would be anonymous.
Fair enough.
Labeled as such.
And I don't have a problem with that.
I'm not arguing with this at all.
Okay.
I'm now in the phase of like, okay, we will revise it.
Okay.
I will say that in terms of listing logos, that is very standard. That
That's
foundation.
fine. That's sort of a separate
I
thing.
would say that would be my decision how to represent those, but in terms of how to make it easy for the public to search the information, the format, again, I really,
I think the idea is a list. So you say, on X date, such and such amount was received either from a named source or anonymous. If it was for a specific purpose, you list that purpose. If not, just, general purposes.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that it needs to be listed forever. Perhaps there can be, after a while they go away. I'm kind of interested in the advice of the city attorney and whether there was a public memo that you received giving guidance or if it was oral advice.
I think this was probably a very long time ago, and I
That's
don't think it's
possible.
worth revisiting.
Fair
Let's
enough.
just move forward.
Fair enough.
And so can you just give me the buckets of information that you would like to see?
I'm just sort of thinking on this. Date received, source, either name or anonymous, purpose, if there's a specified purpose.
And the amount?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, amount. Yeah,
Okay.
how silly of me. And again, maybe we should look at the library, and if we need to issue guidance to all city departments saying that this is how we think it ought to be done, I'll admit this could be worded better in the ordinance, but I think there are reasonable ways to make this work for everybody. And yes, we're hearing an instant complaint about arts, but I think that every department should list a thing, and either they got some during the year or they didn't, but there should be a chart. The city, through the various departments, doesn't get that many gifts in this way that would need to be listed that I can think of, and maybe we could do a different thing with grants. I don't know. Over a certain amount, it needs to be acted on by the commissioner, the board, whatever. This is really for smaller value things where someone can say, I really like the programs you're doing. Can I write you a check for $100?
Sure.
Okay, fine. We'll take
Okay,
it.
so
All right, anyway.
I think to move on, I think there's been a violation here, but I think that we can work with you and maybe at an EOTC follow-up with it and use your case to inform letting everybody
Citywide.
else know. But I do like the idea of the logos, and I think it's exciting that all the the Deutsche Bank is giving money to the, I mean, this is
Well,
really
it
pretty
did.
cool.
I don't know if it's still giving.
Well, but I mean, I think this is, interesting information for members of the public, and I think there's a way to do it that's informative. And yeah, I went to the library site, but I couldn't find how they do it. But I think, I think we're getting somewhere with this.
Well, I would say that, our website is going to take a year to be finished. So in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll just create a PDF with a list of the donors, I would say for the last fiscal year, the last 5 fiscal years, maybe.
With a link on the website.
It would just be a document you could download with, that's just, with the buckets you've described. So it won't be live, you'll have to just download it. Because I'm not going to.
And maybe list the last date that it was updated so people would know.
Sure,
anything.
sure.
Okay. And we can talk about that as well, but I appreciate your cooperative approach to this.
Okay.
I believe the motion is to find that there was a violation of 67.29-6, and that in addition to that, you would recommend that the full task force refer this to the OTC for follow-up on the matter.
Right, and for, to make sure that, to see what they're doing, to possibly use what they're doing as a model for other agencies. So is there a second?
No one made the motion.
Oh, is there a motion?
Also move.
Second.
Okay. Is there a public comment?
I'd just like to note for the record that there are no members of the public in the room. The only people present are the complainant and the respondent
Okay.
at this time. So we don't need to, I will mention it as we go through it.
Okay. So,
Can we waive rebuttals? We just
Can I?
very briefly so we can move on.
okay, yeah, we have a lot to cover, so let's be.
I'm pretty adamant about not having this generic OD say Arts Commission. I think Tom DeCaney should be named on it. I think he's responsible for it. This issue of updating the website, and I've been to many of their meetings, has come up by other members of the public over and over again. Not this specific issue, but many issues. And he keeps talking about how they received a grant and how they're going to update it. And that has been, he's been talking about that for about 2 years. So I actually came in one day and just did the titles, and somehow the titles didn't come through on the agenda. And I'm pretty adamant about having his name on the order.
I would like to state that I have been advised by DCA Treat that I cannot change the titles of complaints without re-referral to departments for reconsideration. Therefore, I do not add any names unless I am allowed to re-refer to the department. Just to be sure that the people named are aware of the meeting.
I think the titles are fine. I'm not going to obsess about that. For the recommendation, if we could send that to Ms. Patterson and Mr. DeCaney as the department head, I think that's fine. And listing this as Arts Commission, I think is fine too.
I think that's our practice is to
Yeah.
CC the department heads and the chairs of
That has not been made
commission.
official yet.
What hasn't?
No.
Okay. Well, we can do it.
Unless we have reason to do otherwise, let's do that.
This is probably a bigger discussion.
All right. At a
Okay.
minimum for this one, let's do Ms. Patterson and Mr. DeCaney.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this?
On that motion, Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item number 4, file number 15118, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Commissioner Dorka Keene and San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.15, for abridging public comment and failure to announce agenda changes at the beginning of a meeting. The Arts Commission did provide a response, and they did state that the speakers were allocated 2 minutes to speak. At the end of the 2 minutes, Ms. Keene thanked Ms. Trudeau for her comments, but Ms. Trudeau continued to speak and finish her comments. Second part of the Arts Commission's comments, in response to part 2 of the complaint, at the March 18, 2015 Visual Arts Committee meeting, item number 16 was taken before item number 3. Commissioner Keene announced this agenda change after item number 2. General public comment was taken. Would you like to allow the complainant to make?
Yes, Mr. Bell, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. This is a pretty normal thing at the Visual Arts Committee level. As far as taking items out of order, that's very standard. Jill Manton is kind of a senior member there, and she just kind of comes in, and her things, even though they may be at the end of the agenda, are taken whenever she comes in. Actually, today I listened to 4 other visual arts meetings of this year, and that's very standard and very normal. It appears on the audio that things are out of order, yet on the minutes it appears a different way altogether. As far as that is the comment about taking things out of order. It's very normal. This is not an isolated incident by any means. As far as the public comment, every visual arts meeting that I've attended and the 4 others that I listened to today, public comment is up to 3 minutes. I have never listened to one that is 2 minutes. There's never been an announcement that today we're going to have 2 minutes as opposed to 3. And the ordinance states up to 3 minutes. There's never been a clock in that room, which was at the basement or the below level of 25 and S Avenue. And even with their move across the street to the War Memorial Building, there is no clock in that room. But at this particular meeting that I attended, the first speaker was Richard Rothman. He began at marker number 38-138. He spoke up until 1.36. He was not cut off. There was no beeping sound. He was allowed to speak. And then I stood up. I did not identify myself. I didn't fill out a speaker card. And I began speaking, and once again, there was no clock, there was no beeper, there was nothing. And in listening to the audio, I spoke for exactly 2 minutes. When Keene said, and Patterson was, of course, not in the room, according to the audio, she screamed as I was speaking, "Public comment is over." I did continue speaking because I wanted to finish what I had to say, so I was actually talking over her. There was a lot of whispering in the microphones. It was like a lot of laughter. Like I didn't enhance it, but it was pretty clear that she did that because she didn't like me or she didn't like what I had to say. And with regard to this July 16, 2015 memo, that was a separate issue. That was a complaint that both the clerks and myself brought about independently over Commissioner Scalar not taking public comment at a street artist meeting. I believe it was in January. And because I couldn't attend, a memo issued. So that was quite independent of Dorka Keene's issue on March 18th. Keene made the same mistake on July 15th. She took items out of order. I dropped that complaint because it was a petty issue and kind of repetitive. But this is a very standard thing at the visual arts level.
Got it.
Extremely standard. So I would like, there are 2 issues in this complaint. The failure to announce agenda changes, which is very normal and standard at that committee level, and that she abridged my public comment.
Thank you. At this time, is there anybody here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hello, I'm Sylvia Johnson, and I had made some different categories in how we're going to keep the legislating under control. And I do support this lady that did not, she didn't put any effort in her part, and she just taken other things that didn't belong to her, and which is out of category, which I had already put on new rules about robbery, which I had millions of dollars in the bank account in 2004 because of guys that tried to shoot me and kill me.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, Ms. Patterson, would you respond to the complainant?
Sure. So first, it's my understanding that it is not a violation to make an agenda change so long as it's announced at the beginning of the meeting. And in this case, it was announced as item number, right after item number 2, which is I consider to be the top of the meeting. And in terms of Mr. Tesh not being able to provide public comment, I mean, the minutes will show you that she actually spoke several times and her comments were noted. So I'm not sure what the violation is. So anyway, I look forward to hearing your comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Member Pilpil?
Yeah, and I'll try to be brief, and I apologize that I've got an event tonight, so I'm not going to be here for too many more items. I'm not feeling a violation on this one. No, thank you. I'm fine. I think that the Arts Commission or this particular committee, and I guess I'm speaking to Ms. Patterson, you might want to stand up, hang out, take some notes. I think they could have done a slightly better job, but I don't think that, this is a horrible violation. I'm noting on the minutes, for example, I think it would be better if the first name of the commissioners were listed and not just President Beltran, JD,
Okay.
I think the public comment was captured. I generally assume that public comment is 3 minutes unless the commission chair or the chair of the meeting says otherwise at the beginning of the item. The chair or the presiding officer can certainly say how many people intended to speak. Okay, it looks like da-da-da. We'll give you 2 minutes each. I think it's important to set the expectations at the beginning of the item and then apply that uniformly. There's nothing that suggests that wasn't done, but that probably could have been made clear. And maybe at the beginning of each item, unless it's going to be 3 minutes, it would be important to say 2 minutes and to either give a reason for shortening the time or have a reason if there's a question raised.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that I had sent a memo, and I noted this in my letter after the March meeting in July, just again, sort of clarifying agenda changes and public comment. And I'm happy to do so again, just as a friendly reminder to committee chairs on best practices.
And there may be a way, particularly given that we've gotten complaints and that you've got all these committees that meet, and I'm sorry I haven't been over to meetings at the new place yet. That's where they're happening across the street. To have just a script that's read at the beginning of the meeting. Mm-hmm. We're going to start with roll call, no sound producing devices. People will have an opportunity to speak before the action is taken on each item. Normally, we will allow 3 minutes or 2 minutes, whatever, so that the expectations are set at the beginning. And if someone says, well, I didn't know, okay, those are the expectations. And to the extent that you can memorialize that in the agenda, there you go. So the agenda matches what happens at the meeting. Everyone knows what the rules are. It's not that hard. And I don't think you're that far off. It's just sort of
kind of refining.
Yeah.
And then would you suggest that same script we could incorporate into the minutes as well? I'm
not even sure that it needs to be in the minutes. I think just sort of having it in the agenda so that the expectations are set. I'm not a fan of recounting things in the minutes that are obvious or are recorded elsewhere.
Or it could be attached as an appendix at the end. We have a bunch of
And the website can
template.
have public meeting guidelines or things to know,
Yeah.
you know.
Sure,
I mean,
okay.
Or
Whatever.
it could be we have a template, a bunch of templates we put at the end of our minutes.
Actually, they're on the agenda, but not the minutes.
These are all good
Oh,
suggestions.
yeah, they're on the
Right.
agenda, right, yeah. So,
Visibility access.
These are all good suggestions.
And
worth
feel free to
having.
incorporate
Yeah,
and
it's a sort of
steal,
thing, yeah.
yeah, and steal from others, whatever. In terms of the announcement about taking things out of order, that also generally should be at the top as part of the thing. If there are agenda changes, now's the time to announce. If there are things that happen during the meeting, oh, I see that so-and-so is here, and I know that they're on a time frame, so can we take that item out of order without objection? We're going to hear that. So when things come up, it's announced. Again, as part of the sort of what to expect at a meeting, if it's a 2 o'clock meeting, you should be there at 2. Your item could be called out of order. If you have special accommodations that, for whatever reason, please let us know and we will try to accommodate.
So to note that in the agenda that items can be called out of order.
Right, which is true anyway. But,
Right.
but again, it's more about managing expectations than anything else.
Yeah.
and it's better not to call them out of order, so you call them out of order if you have to.
Right, of course.
Right.
And so as part of compiling the agenda, if you know that a certain staff person really generally needs to be up front, try to schedule that up front.
Right, of course.
You know.
Okay,
But
those are great.
things will change. You know.
Great.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not feeling that there's some horrible violation here. However,
Well, the
so
only
I think
thing,
we're giving guidance.
The thing that I'm wondering, again, 3 minutes is better than 2 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
but as important, if not, well, more important, is that everybody has the same amount of time to speak. So, were you at the meeting that we're talking about?
I think I was at that meeting. And I will say that since that meeting, we've invested in a better clock. Now we're in a totally different space. So, we have made some refinements since that last meeting, just in the spirit of, trying to improve. So we have a much more visible clock. We have a very pronounced buzzer. So those things have been implemented since last March.
Okay, so it could be that, in fact, Ms. Trudeau did not have as much time to speak as another speaker.
Well, I think we'd have to listen to the audio, and I can't recall on memory. I don't think I sat there and to verify if it was 2 minutes. But it seems to me that she was allowed to finish her comments, so it's not like she was totally cut off, because the minutes do reflect that. And she spoke again in the meeting and was allowed. To say her piece.
Well, it doesn't matter that she had another opportunity. We're talking about on the one matter. So, Ms. Trudeau, do you have an audio here for us?
Yeah, hopefully I can bring it up.
So maybe we can time it as it plays along.
Okay.
Okay, first off, I did time it. Second off, Patterson was not at the meeting. Third off, there was no clock in the room, and there continues to be no clock in the room. Fourth off, if she was going to limit it to 2 minutes, she should have said so instead of screaming, public comment is over.
Is it on our screen?
Yeah. Well, you'll be able to hear it. We're going to time it.
Not. Careful, she'll take a restraining order out against me.
We can wish. Me too.
Aren't you going to miss this come May? Oh, look at this. Not all of it.
Not at all. I've been doing this for almost 8 years. I have other things to do.
This is the previous speaker. He had.
Please indicate when the next speaker starts.
It's the first.
Well, the issue here, though, is not how long you spoke. It's did you have as much time as the prior speaker? Well, that's
Our shirt says we are a fan of Ann's work. However, if you please take notice, all her
Mr. Rothman.
that's
No.
not.
Wouldn't this be right at the top of the meeting?
related to the environment or building at all. Next day, not to make a specific proposal.
It's a piece that's supposed to go up for the transcript.
That's right. So Jamie, she's known
Okay, I'm calling the Visual Arts Committee meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Meldred? Here. Commissioner Chu?
Here.
Commissioner King?
Here.
Commissioner Silverman is on her way. And we're on to number 2. And Commissioner Shafar.
Any public comment?
Hi, my name is Richard Hoffman, and I just wanted to talk about the San Francisco History Fair. For the last 5 years at the Old Mint, they had one of the history associations has put on a history fair, and I'm not sure whether it's going to happen again next year, but I really think it would be great if the Art Commission would show off some of its work in some of the civic collection there, some of the other city departments planning, and the libraries there. And so I hope they'll think about it if they haven't next year. And the other thing, just to let you know, I have a photo show of murals of the Richmond District in Eric Marr's office, and I'll be up there for about an hour.
Thank you.
Richard Roth.
Public comment?
Sure. I've not been to the Embarcadero in 2 years. I went there on Sunday. You go in the morning, you get the lottery thing, you go take your space, and this John Snoy, the same guy, has been around me for 4 years. Came up 3 times that day. Came up at 9:30, yelling and screaming, kicking my stuff, calling me a bunch of names. So I called John Marshall's number to square cars came from some station. He lied. He claimed that he was telling me about a forklift. The cops asked the people around, and they said no. He was yelling and screaming. So they warned him while here on the plaza wanted to stay on the plaza. So that was that. Until half an hour later, when he came back again, yelling and screaming, kicking my stuff. So at that point, I called a friend of mine who's a cop at the central station, asked her for me. She came out. She dealt with him in the past, she already knew who he was. So she went down to talk to him, came back again, and said, why isn't the Arts Commission doing anything about this? I said, I really don't know. So she warned him again to stop harassing him. Then, after she left, he came up again about 10:30, yelling and screaming and taunting me to call 911. So, that was all very distressing. I don't know this man. I don't know why this is going on. So I followed on him again for the 3rd time, had a court date, and had a temporary restraining order. I've left several messages, directed Katie, several other people. I sent emails very politely asking to meet with somebody here. Why is this happening? Why is it going on? I got nothing. Actually, Kate Patterson was in City Hall for 2 hours last night. I asked politely, do you want to step outside? She did not want to do that. So any so-called investigation that's going on
Thanks so much.
Bizarre is not an investigation. I'll see him in court.
Any other public comment? Okay, we're going to move.
So how long did the previous speaker speak?
53 seconds.
Okay.
And I would like to state that the chair of the committee did stop Mr. Schwo at exactly 2 minutes.
Okay.
If you see on the time mark suggests that we're only at 3:47 into the meeting.
Right.
They had some introductory stuff. Mr. Rothman spoke for less than 2 minutes. It appears that Mr. Bowe spoke for 2 minutes. Yes, given 2 minutes.
And I didn't hear her being rudely interrupted when she was asked to wrap it up. So,
I mean, as I said earlier, I think the Arts Commission could have done a better job, but I don't think that there's some horrible problem here. Again, with the expectation at the beginning of the item or at the beginning of the meeting, how much time is allocated. What we're not seeing here is whether there was a clock, whether there was a countdown clock, what other visual aids there may have been. We're just hearing the audio.
Right. So, Ms. Patterson, do you have anything else for us? Okay, Ms. Trudeau?
This is rebuttals at this time.
Rebuttal, yeah. You have 3 minutes.
This is not an isolated incident. The visual arts meeting is very calm. They're allocating money. It's a kind of cool thing. I used to like going there. The street artist program is volatile, and in my view, the reason why it's volatile is because there is no clock in the room. It's not timed very well. The method they use for timing is so bizarre. Even with that, with this new room and this kind of little podium thing, there's still problems. So, in my view, has always been if these meetings were run correctly, a lot of there would not be a need for an SFPD cop to sit in the back. There wouldn't be outbursts, there wouldn't be fighting, there wouldn't be people screaming at each other in these street artist meetings. But this visual arts thing is not an isolated incident. They've been doing that for many, many years.
Thank you. The matter's now with the committee.
So, remind me, if we're recommending not finding a violation, do we make a motion to refer it to the task force with
I
a
believe in
recommendation?
this case, we do need to make the recommendation to the task force to find that there was no violation.
Okay, and we'll do a write-up saying all
Yes.
that. Okay. I guess I would so move.
And I'll second that.
All right. And there's no...
There's no members of the public. Ms. Johnson spoke as a supporter, so there are no members of the public in the room at this time.
All right. Would you call the roll, please?
And let me just think for a second. This would be Ms. Patterson, Mr. DeCaney, I guess Ms. Skeen, and Ms. Page Ritchie, because it's a commission really. And remind me, who's the staff person for the Visual Arts Committee?
Crane Doyle.
It depends on the meeting. In this case, it was Jennifer Doyle Crane.
Okay, can we add her to the list, so 5 people? Okay.
No, it's my basic practice is to send these items to the Arts Commission and they distribute to the parties they need, because I do not have a list of all these names or...
Then let's just do Ms. Patterson, Mr. DeCaney. Good enough, and you'll get it to whoever. Thanks.
I think we could also include our suggestions about setting expectations at the beginning of the meeting and, urge committee chairs to, as much as possible, allow 3 minutes for public comment.
Unless they've got a
Unless they have a...
good basis or something.
Right, a huge agenda with lots of speakers.
And
we can write something like that up in the
right.
a sentence or two. Good.
Yes, and a personal suggestion would be a handheld timer with audio beeper, just so that it's a machine telling them the 2 minutes is up instead of a person interrupting.
Yeah.
They might also have a thing like that. I don't know what they have in the room.
Yes.
Some clearly visual and audio, some clearly visual timer with an audio component. I don't know how detailed we have to get on this. Okay, whatever. We'll say something.
Sorry, I just want to go on the public record and say I contest that, because when it happens...
You can contest it at the task force, please. Please have a seat.
Fine. Not a problem.
All right, Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
On the roll to recommend
Oh,
this
I'm
to the
sorry.
task force with the recommendation that no violation has occurred and to provide a list of suggestions to the Arts Commission. On that motion, Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, Item number 5, 15151, complaint filed by Andrew Poe against Kate Patterson and San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.14C for failure to make audio or video recordings available in digital form at a centralized location on the city's website. The San Francisco Arts Commission did provide a response acknowledging that the audio posting was late due to special circumstances.
All right. At this time, Ms. Trevell, you have 5 minutes.
Firstly, the heading of this should be Sharon Page Ritchie, who's the commission's secretary, who was responsible for this. Secondly, in the little narrative there, it should list the date of the meeting in question. So the meeting in question it's in the packet. That's why I spent so much.
October 19, 2015.
Right. So this, once again, is a pretty common occurrence. We all remember the hearings last year that went on for almost a year and a half of the audio of the executive meeting minutes, which turned out to be 47 in total, which were not posted. And that order still hasn't been complied with because the nominating audio of those.
Can we keep the comments to this complaint specifically,
Yes.
please?
I'm just speaking to the fact that this is not an isolated incident the way they would have you to believe. Actually,
We are only looking at a particular one, which they don't contest. So in the interest of
the audio, I know you don't want to hear it. It's full of static. I actually tried to listen to it. I noted the times when it was static and inaudible. And once again, is the only record that the taxpayers of this city have of that particular full commission meeting. It's not a subcommittee. It's a full commission meeting, which is, again, lost to the taxpayers of this city. So not only do they have issues with this new meeting room and trying to get these audio minutes up on time, since their move from 25NS to 401, every single meeting that's taken place in that meeting room has been full of static, echoes, 3 times echoes. It's impossible to hear it. I sat in the clerk's office.
Okay. This is not before us. It's interesting information, but it's not before us.
I'm trying to make a case.
All right.
So at this time, Ms. Patterson.
Sylvia Johnson.
Well, as I noted in my letter, we don't contest this. We were late, and I apologize. And upon returning from her vacation, Ms. Page Ritchie did post the audio online. And I do want to just clarify for the public record that this was the Civic Design Review Committee, which is not the full commission. Right. It's a subcommittee.
Thank you.
Quick question.
Matters with the committee. Member Pilpel.
I get that you're acknowledging that it was late, but I'm looking at the specific requirement. It's in 67.14C. This was the Mir-Karimi amendment from a few years ago, you'll recall, about audio recordings and da-da-da. The way I'm reading this only applies to meetings open to the public held in a city hall hearing room that is equipped with audio, da-da-da. So, Ms. Patterson, can you speak to whether or not you think this actually applies?
Well, I think that's the big question because, we believe that we didn't have to create minutes or do audio recordings for subcommittees, but this...
Let's not do minutes.
Okay, yeah.
The audio.
But so I'm saying this wasn't at City Hall, so if
Right.
you want to read it like that, we'll take it. But,
I mean, I think it's good that you're doing it, and if you're going to do it, getting it up ASAP is good. I'm not sure if on the law I would find a violation. I mean, if we were meeting in this room, yeah. If you're meeting at 25NS or across the street.
Well, we agree with you, but, we've been received spankings with wet noodles enough times with this task force
project.
that we are following the recommendations of this particular committee with regard to our committees, which I will say we are an anomaly with our, in the city family, because I know the Park Commission doesn't do this. So we're doing a lot of extra work in order to be transparent and, provide the minutes in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, what do you think on this?
I'm not inclined to find a violation because I am reading the strict letter of the ordinance, and I know in the past we've not found violations, although we are pleased that these recordings are being made. We hope they're of good quality, but that's not before us right now.
And timely posted.
And timely posted.
And we could add a sentence to that end in the thing that says
Right.
we appreciate and da-da-da.
Right.
That's the opposite of this banking with the wet noodle.
Right. So I'm inclined not to.
I believe there's a motion on the floor to find that recommend that no violation occurs, as 67.14C applies only to meetings specifically in City Hall. However, it is appreciated and that the
We
encourage that the Arts Commission comply with the time frame, even though they're not in City Hall.
Make the audio and post time.
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Do you want to make this one, Member Hensey?
Sure, I'll move to not find a violation.
And do I have a second?
Also second.
All right, we're doing this a little bit out of order, but we should
need
have
to take rebuttals.
rebuttals, before the vote, we need to.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right. Ms. Patterson, do you have anything to add? Ms. Trabeau, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. First off, and this is a common practice of Member Pilpel, which is leading the witness. That's one thing. I also suspect that he had ex parte communications, which he also very often has. Not even in the city attorney memo was there mention of this. This little City Hall blurb, which, so she skated through this time, she'll wreck up again. Only somebody else will come in here. I cannot police the Arts Commission anymore. This is a constant thing, keeping up with what they do. So what did I learn from this, Member Pilpel? Just monitor the full commission meetings? I contest this, and I'll contest it at the full task force.
Public comment.
Is there any public comment on this?
Very briefly on the motion.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, would you speak very briefly to the motion before us?
Yes, the question is that we had made discretion on this because I had tried to tell you about not deleting to and on the organization, and now we're changing new ways of doing things. Is that it's very meaningful that this should be put into page to effort on this charge, because it leads to not very good stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On that motion, Member Hensey.
Aye.
Hensey, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. File number.
Again, Patterson and DeCaney.
Yes.
Do you need me for the rest, or can I hop out?
If you need to leave, you can leave. If you could it all stay, that would be nice.
Item number 6.
It's up to you. No, it's entirely up to you.
I mean, I'm having so much fun.
Well, okay, then stay.
You are, David.
Never mind.
Item number 6, file number 15121. Complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Barbara Scolar, San Francisco Arts Commission, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.33 for failure to submit annual affidavits or declaration stating that they have read the Sunshine Ordinance and have attended or will attend a training session on the Sunshine Ordinance. The San Francisco Arts Commission acknowledges that they did have the documentation for 2012 through 2015. but you do not have a record of the forms being completed for 2010 and 2011, and they can see that there is a violation of 67.33 for those 2 years.
Hi.
Excuse me, I'm confused about this. So this is a violation, oh, okay, it's specifically her, all right. All right.
Back up on this.
Okay. It should be against Barbara Scalar of the Arts Commission. First off, once again, the heading or the narrative was wrong. My filing was for the fact that for years 2009 to 2015, Scalar is currently a holdover, but the filings that are missing and not part of the file, which is the heart of my complaint and nothing else, and I don't know where all that came from, is that the 2011 Sunshine Annual is not included. 12/31/2011 Certificate of Training not included. 12/31/2012 Certificate of Training not included. 12/31/2010 Sunshine Annual not included. 10/20/2009 Sunshine Annual not included. That is the heart of the complaint. In the memo of the DCA, he included additional questions which are interesting but not part of the ordinance, like did she need to sign them? Did she actually need to attend these training sessions? That's not my complaint. My complaint is, and those documents came from the Ethics Commission, that 5 filings were not included, and that is a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson?
Okay, so, basically in my letter to the Sunshine Task Force on August 27th, we did concede that there were several documents missing, but they were just isolated. They were basically, we had everything from 2012 through 2015, but we did not have any records for 2010, which would have been the first time she would have had to submit records, as well as 2011, and we can't account for this, and it was, so we're not sure where the breakdown was, so we apologize, but everything else, it's just two sets of documents from that time period that are missing, and everything else should be up to date.
Okay. The matter is now with the committee.
I'll just make it very quick. I understand that Ms. Trudeau was looking for these records. It sounds like the Arts Commission provided what they had. The Arts Commission may have a copy of these, but ultimately it's the Ethics Commission that's the filing officer. So if there's any lapse in records or lapse in filing, that's with the Ethics Commission, in my view, and not the Arts Commission. So I'm not finding a particular Arts Commission violation on this one, notwithstanding their concession. I'm just, had this been against the Ethics Commission, and even if the Ethics Commission didn't have it, not filing, I don't know where I would go with that. I'd have to think about that. In any event, Arts provided what they had.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and these are supposed to be forwarded to the Ethics Commission, so it could be that Commissioner...
It's actually, that's where it's filed.
Right, yeah, exactly,
Right,
yeah. It's not
officer.
even filed at the Arts Commission, so it could be that...
I believe the only item listed is 67.33, which is a requirement that they complete the form. And I'm not sure if that has been completed or not, as we cannot retrieve a copy, as we don't know if that actually happened or not.
If I may.
Excuse me.
Let me think about this for a second. Failure to file an SEI or statement of ethics training or a Sunshine Declaration is normally a matter that's investigated by the Ethics Commission. If the suggestion now is that anyone who fails to timely file is going to be subject to our purview, that's, that's like 800 filers. And I don't think we're set up to manage the timely, we're not the filing officer. Gosh darn it, the Ethics Commission is.
Actually, the Ethics Commission is very active in pursuing these forms at this time.
That's what...
They have made major improvements, and currently
That's what Pat Peterson does, full-time, is deal with this stuff.
Right, and the 67.33 says that the affidavit or declaration shall be maintained by the Ethics Commission. So I don't know how the Arts Commission...
Well, she's a member of the Arts Commission.
Well, I understand that, yeah, but the Arts Commission's not responsible for keeping the records.
If the Ethics Commission had no program for monitoring compliance, I might think differently. They do, and so I'm extremely reluctant for us to get into the business of finding violations here because ethics is the filing officer. This is one of the things that they do and do pretty well. I'm not feeling it.
No, I don't see where the Arts Commission is to be held accountable here.
I mean, they are, but there's a mechanism to do that. We're not.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
You want a motion?
No, I think we need to hear rebuttals.
Fine.
So, Ms. Patterson, do you have anything to... Okay. Mr. Bowe, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I had extensive discussions with Pat Patterson of the Ethics Commission, and she explained to me quite clearly how this works. First off, the documents given to me were given to me by the Arts Commission, and the issue and the reason why I filed is that these documents were not completed. In the DCA memo, he picks up on that. They were not signed. The documents were not completed. So that is the issue, and that's the violation. It's not who maintained the records or which ones were lost or so. And you can see in this complaint in particular how uneducated Patterson is towards the Sunshine Ordinance. First off, Scalar assumed office in 2009. That would have been the first filings that she would have made. Second off, I believe there are 3 filings a year. There's the certificate of training, there's the Sunshine Annual.
Form 700.
2 every year, and the first year, 2009, would have been 1. And if you look at the documents which were given to me through a document request from the Arts Commission and not from the Ethics Commission, the documents, the forms were not completed. And that's the issue of my complaint, and that's the issue in the memo.
Have you completed your rebuttal?
I think so. I'm referring to page 325, 324, 322, 323. These were not signed. These are typed in, and I was quite clear. I had really intensive discussions with Pat Patterson, and she said, no, these documents are not completed, and that's the violation. It was actually a pending violation with ethics, and we had exhaustive discussions about this. The complaint is against the Arts Commission for, and you can see it, page 322 through 326. These are not completed documents.
Yes, would you please
Yeah,
help
just
us out
quickly,
here?
that they are completed. The signature has been redacted because I think that we don't want to give out people's signatures so that it can be copied. But that's what it is. So there's a big mark on these documents, and you can see where it says Commissioner, and then underneath it is a line for signature. So that's what that is.
And the unredacted version is available at the Ethics Commission office.
I would also like to suggest that if there is a violation, it's against the member themselves and not against the Arts Commission.
Yep.
Okay.
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so I will move to recommend no violation. I would add a sentence that the committee or the task force notes that the Ethics Commission is the filing officer for these documents. The Ethics Commission might or might not wish to pursue the matter. And I would add as CC on the thing, again, Kate and Tom, CC Pat Peterson, and Leanne Pelham, who's going to be the new director of the Ethics Commission. So they'll have it. If they choose to do something with it, that's up to them.
Second.
I mean, does that?
Yeah, that makes sense to
I think
me.
that's fair.
Is there any public comment on that motion?
Briefly on the motion.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Sylvia Johnson. And what I think where we're getting confused here is one of the pages that when officers, file that, could be is following, on this ordinance.
Thank you.
On the motion, Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item number 7, 15140, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.16 for failure to make meeting minutes available for inspection upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting. Upon my own review of this matter, the meeting minutes were posted on the 10th business day. However, pursuant to the Arts Commission, it was posted on September 29th, the 10th business day at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, same to you.
Does that count as 10th business day if it's after hours?
That's really a fine line there.
Yeah.
So let's hear the case. Mr. Bowe, you have 5 minutes.
Well, we've seen this over and over again in so many previous hearings. This, once again, is not an isolated incident. I requested to look at the draft minutes by email. I didn't get a response. And the thing in red at the bottom said it was posted at 6:30 at night, yet I was monitoring it from different computer terminals, and to me it posted at about 1 o'clock in the morning. We've been through this many times. The problem is they're not using the centralized web master that a lot of departments use. They may submit them at a certain time thinking that we're going to make the deadline, but they're always post at the last minute, the last second. And in the DCA memo, it's, did I ask to inspect the minutes? Yes, I did. What time on the 10th day should these minutes post? To 6:30? Should it be 4 o'clock? Should it be midnight? It's one of those vague things in the ordinance, yet it's very common with the Arts Commission. They actually posted it about a little after midnight.
All right, at this time, Ms. Patterson.
So first, I would love to see an email with Mr. Boo's request to see draft minutes, because I am not aware of an email to see an email request, because had we received that, we would most likely have complied with that request. Also, the Arts Commission does use the very same system that I would say most, if not all, city departments use for posting meetings and agendas. It is a site that was established by the Department of Technology, and yes, I mean, the minutes were posted, kind of late in a business day, but I don't think it is egregious. I think 6:30 is a very normal end of business time. It wasn't posted at 8 o'clock, for example, and there was a notation made to the posting indicating when it had been posted. So if Mr. Boo is experiencing technical issues with reading the minutes, from various computers or what have you, that's really a Department of Technology issue, because again, we're using the system the city provides provides.
Thank you.
The hands of the committee.
Yeah, that Member Hensey, do you have anything to have to say about this?
Let's see. It's a fine line, right? I mean, do we say 6:30 is after hours? And it seems reasonable. It seems reasonable to me that someone would post at 6:30, but whether it's an issue with computer terminals, I don't know, but 6:30 seems reasonable time to me.
I agree. I think that it's cutting it awfully close, but I agree. This is a fine line, and to find a violation here would be nitpicking in the extreme. And I don't think this would serve anybody to find a violation here. It was 6:30 p.m. It is, end of business day. It's not the next day. It's not 10 o'clock at night. People are still here working on things. I'm not inclined to find a violation. So, Ms. Patterson, do you have anything to add?
I'm happy to relay feedback to the commission secretary to endeavor to try to post before 5 p.m. I think, it depends on what happens during the day, but I mean, we can certainly strive to post earlier, but thank you.
Okay.
And I would also like to suggest that even if the draft minutes are not completed, whatever you have available could be posted online until additional drafts can be posted, just to meet the deadline. I do that at many times where I will post my draft minutes and replace them as needed.
Okay, yeah. I'll relay that.
All right. Mr. Bowe?
This is a rebuttal at this time.
You have 3 minutes.
Once again, it puts up, it's a very time-consuming process to police an agency, to be scanning their website, be counting out 10 days, sending out emails, just wondering, are they going to post the audio, what's going on? And the problem with the Arts Commission is the lack of communication. They don't pick up the phone. The few times that Patterson has picked up the phone, she'll slam it down, and it leaves you wondering, what did I do? What's going on here?
Could you speak directly to this item? We have a lot of items to cover still.
Well, it's basically that. I mean, to bring these complaints and spend time here over basically the same thing over and over again is annoying. Throughout all those hearings, didn't Sharon Page Ritchie appear only one time? There was never an apology. There was never going forward, we're going to reform things. It's now several years later, and it's basically the same thing.
Thank you. I have a motion to make a recommendation to the full task force for no violation?
So moved.
And I'll second that.
Is there public comment on this motion? There's no public comment. On that motion, Member Hensey.
Aye.
Hensey, aye. Pill absent. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 8, 15137, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15 C and D and 67.16 for failure to uniformly apply time limits for public comment and failure to provide a brief summary of each person's statement during public comment. The Arts Commission does state that all speakers were allocated the same amount of time for public comment.
At this time, Mr. Bowe, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, first off, the title should read Howard Lazar, the Arts Commission, because he writes the minutes, even though he has no sunshine training. It should state the meeting in question, which was September 9th. I actually went through and listened to the audio, which was quite lengthy. It was in 2 parts. And I noted the times of the speakers that they had to talk through both parts of the meeting. The times were not uniformly applied by any means. Once again, it was difficult to listen to the audio because of the static, because of the echo. I noted several times that there was kind of a mini iPad which was set at 2 minutes 20 seconds. It wasn't even available to the public. It was laying on a desk over there, and I said, well, this clock isn't ticking off time. Are you going to make it available to the public? And I said that 3 times in the meetings, and I can note to you at 8:36, at 4:28, and at 9:19, I said that. It's on the audio. The clock was not ticking off time, and the third time when I mentioned it, Alyssa Ventry, is that her name? She actually hid the clock, this little mini iPad she stuck under a bunch of papers. So that was extremely bizarre. And throughout the entire meeting, people spoke 3 times on agenda items. Okay, whatever. Some people spoke more, some spoke less. There was no clicking, there was no bell, there was no, you have 3 minutes left, you have 20 seconds, wrap it up, but nothing like that. And I did listen quite carefully. It was actually Commissioner Scalar who ran the meeting, and she made the same mistake that she made in January. I actually corrected her on it rather than bringing a full-blown complaint, which was that she didn't take public comment after item 4 and item 5. Once again, the uniform time limits were not employed. This issue of roll call votes, that was a roll call vote. We all know what it is. That didn't take place in the minutes. In the DCA memo, this is a very strange thing. I changed my name 3 years ago. I continue, every time she pulls up my old name, I continue to send emails, ma'am, this is not my name, da-da-da, da-da-da. I've said that for 3 years, yet it doesn't make sense. And when there were no speaker cards, and most of these speakers did not identify themselves, and I find my new name and my old name included repeatedly over and over again, I find that strange. Once again, in the DCA memo, there were questions of, my claim was that I didn't, what I said was not reflected in the minutes. There were not summaries, there were not quotes, but what I said was so vastly different from what was recorded in the minutes and what was in the audio. And then once again, if someone is going to present a petition and it's not on the table and copies of it are not available to the public, it shouldn't even have been entertained as an agenda item. There were, once again, several people shouting at the meeting when one was talking under public comment, another one was screaming and that kind of thing. You hear that in the audio, and that's the reason, once again, why I bring these types of complaints, because I would like to see these meetings run better.
All right, at this time, Ms. Patterson.
So I hope you had a chance to read through our letter, which basically refutes all of the points made and then provides evidence in the form of the minutes, which I think are quite detailed for this particular meeting. I think in order to verify everything Ms. Datesh said, we would have to listen to the entire meeting, which I do not think we have time to do. Excuse me.
Ms. Datesh, please stop it. Thank you.
Also, for the record, the Arts Commission has no official record of Ms. Trabeau. The record we do have on file, which is attached to her expired street artist license, has the name Paula Datesh. We do endeavor to use her new name in correspondence, but occasionally we do have to make the clarification. And then, as you'll see in the letter, if you look at the minutes, you will see that there were at least 9 single spaced pages devoted to provide a brief summary of each person's statement during the meeting. There were 42 comment statements of various speakers and 10 statements. 1/4 of all of those were made by Ms. Trabue. And then, so, I mean, I really feel like the letter does provide the most detail possible we can on each of these points. A couple of other things is that, if people shout at the meeting, like that's not, that's not, we can't, that's not our fault. And then the other thing is, her, I guess, complaint that when commissioners both arrived or a staff member left, that should be noted in the minutes, and we're not required to do that. If a staff member has to leave, it really is to capture the dialogue of the meeting. Of course, if we lost quorum, that would be, noted. That would be, it would basically cause the end of the meeting. So I guess I'm here to answer any questions you have, but I do feel like we provided substantial argument to refute some of her claims.
Okay, Member Hensey, do you have any questions for either?
I have to say, I'm a little lost.
You're a little lost. I reviewed this file earlier today, and I have to say, first, these are very extensive minutes.
Yeah. Very good minutes.
I think in the old days, I've been on the task force almost 8 years, and I believe minutes for the street artist program were sometimes just taken by hand. They were and filed in that way, and so these are way more detailed than anything I've seen. So, as far as whether they accurately reflect what everybody says, it would necessitate listening to the tape, and I'm not inclined to do that, to tell you the truth. And we've made some suggestions earlier about. One thing you can do is show the vote if there was a roll call, but there's nothing that necessitates that a roll call vote be taken on each item. We don't do that here. We sometimes just unanimously approve it. So I'm impressed with the thoroughness of these minutes. The thing that I do have a question about is the same question I had on an earlier matter about whether there was the same amount of time allotted to each speaker. And if you don't have a clock that works well, that's pretty difficult. So that would be the thing that I'm focused on here.
Yeah.
We do have a clock. Ms. Trabue did mention it in her comment. It is an iPad, and Alyssa actually props it up on the desk, and you can see the time ticking away, and it makes a very loud beep. And so, again, I think that if none of us were at the meeting, her claim that Alyssa covered it up under a stack of papers, I don't think, without other eyewitnesses, I don't think that you should take that into consideration, because as someone who works with Alyssa, that would be, and in a public forum, that's highly unusual. I have seen the clock. It is an iPad. It's very visible. The noise is very loud. So we do have that.
Can you see the clock on the tape itself?
Oh, no, it's an audio.
They only do audio. They don't do video.
Yeah. So, and that was what was being used at this particular meeting, was this iPad?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We could listen to a public comment section if you want to hear the beep, if you want to hear that. That's possible.
I'm not inclined to.
Okay. It's just a suggestion.
Okay. All right. You don't want to hear it either?
No, yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay. So at this time, Ms. Patterson, do you have a rebuttal? Okay. Ms. Trabue, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, the subject of this complaint is that uniform time limits were not employed, that there was no clock there, and that I went on the public record, which is in the audio, and I said 3 separate times, "Where is this clock?" And you can't hear it, it's off audio, but when it was hidden, I said again, and it's on the audio, "Why are you hiding this thing?" So I went through this afternoon, I spent 2 hours listening to 2 portions of this audio to make sure that I was right, and I have the times when I spoke that. I've gone through the entire thing and noted the times each person talked. It was a very confusing meeting because they were presenting a feasibility study via Skype on the wall, and there was a tremendous amount of static, which lasted a full 18 minutes of that. So the focus of my report or my complaint is the failure to provide uniform time limits, first off. Second off, there were no speaker cards. So unless somebody identified themselves when they were speaking or when they stood up, there was no reason for them to put a name I haven't used for many years with my new name. And they do that repeatedly at these public meetings at that level, which is why I don't even go anymore. That's the focus of my complaint, and I think it's a serious one because some people, okay, if they wanted to let somebody speak twice under an agenda item, then everybody should have the same amount of time. If somebody wanted to speak for almost 4 minutes, well, then the other people behind should have the same amount of time. As far as clocks beeping and ticking, that did not happen. What you see in the audio or what you hear is me standing up at the 1 minute 33 mark, at the 9:19 mark, and at the 19:28 mark, 3 separate times saying, first, this is an iPad. It's not clicking off time. Patterson, of course, was not at the meeting. And Ventry said, well, I'm sitting at 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and you can have an additional 30 seconds if you want. And I'm like, okay, that's a little weird. And then the second time, I noted that I stood up and I said, this clock, or whatever you might call it, is not ticking off time. I actually came with a friend of mine, Allegra Fortunati, who's on the civil grand jury. At that point, she walked out of the room. She didn't say anything. She just walked out. And at the last mark, 1928, I said quite clearly, let the record reflect that this thing, this clock, pseudo clock, was just hidden under a stack of papers. That's it. It's there in the audio.
Okay. I think there's no way to make a definitive decision without listening to the audio.
If Ms. Trudeau will provide me a copy of her time log, I can confirm this and bring it to the full meeting.
So you'll do some research on this for us.
Yes. If Ms. Trudeau will provide me her a list of her times and of the meeting.
I think that's going to be the most efficient way to handle this thing.
Yeah,
may I request or may I suggest that you forward this matter to the full task force with the recommendation that no violation has occurred, and we can reject that at that time if I find evidence that a uniform time was not provided to Mr. Bowe.
On the other hand, we could have a full hearing at the task force on the matter. We've done that before.
I don't think we need a full hearing on it, do we? I mean,
I think we can, no, we don't have to recommend.
I can present my findings to the task force,
Yeah.
and if you find that, if I do find evidence, you can act on that evidence and pull it off and hold an additional hearing on it on a future date.
Okay. All right. So the motion is at this time we find no violation, but we want some additional research done on the audio recording.
Yes, and what I will be looking for is I will be timing Ms. Rowe's comments at the times that she's provided to me, and if she will also provide me a listing of any other speakers and the time they spoke where she believes that they were given more than 2 minutes. Ms. Patterson, what is the standard time for your speakers at your meetings?
Well, I think it's in the letter. It's stated, hold on. Well, I think, it can be determined at each meeting. So I think in the letter, they said 3 minutes.
Yes.
So I think what we would be looking for is that the time was allotted equally. And also if there was any discussion about the clock not being on or the clock.
Yes.
Yeah, any problems with the clock.
Yes.
So for now.
And I may not send this to the next meeting of the task force. It may be delayed as this will take me some time.
Okay, all right. So the motion is to,
recommend no violation, I guess, pending.
And direct the administrator to research the allegations further.
Thank you, there you go.
Yes, very good. I second that. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Hello, my name is Selma Johnson, and my comment is about getting real with the issue and not no charge, but because of the legislation, it's going to be a little different. If we're getting real with that, give everybody a chance to speak, but not 2 times. It's too much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Young, if you'd call the roll on this motion, please.
On the call of roll, Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Pell absent. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes, and I would like to request that the complainant provide me that list when possible. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item number...
Excuse me.
Can we take a little break?
I was just going to suggest that. Yeah, I'd like about
I won't make it through the next agenda item.
Yeah, so if we'll come back by 6:20. Yeah, Okay. The regular meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is called back into order at 6:17. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Next on the agenda is item number 9, file number 15138, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure request in a complete manner. Just to summarize, the request was sent to the Arts Commission on September 22nd, request for records related to Jeff Potter and report prepared by Ken Malley. The Arts Commission, please.
15138?
Please. Yes.
No.
May I finish? The Arts Commission did provide a response from my review on, excuse me. There was additional request for minutes for the September 15 minutes submitted on September the 24th. The Arts Commission responded on September the 24th. The Arts Commission stated that they did respond with responsive dockets in a timely manner.
All right, at this time, Mr. Bowe, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So the ones before this were procedural ones. These last ones begin with public record requests. And I want to start this by saying that in a normal world, as a public information officer, you might call the person, you might have a discussion of some kind. If they're not there, they might call you back. They might make a time available when you can discuss things. It's not 3 years of just slamming down the phone. Maybe that's meant to anger me. I never really understood what the reasoning for that was, other than Ray Hart's calling her up and her saying, well, she has a history and I don't like her, something like that. I never really understood it. But once again, I did make efforts. I would go to full commission meetings, speak to Rebecca Krill before the meeting starts or whatever it may be, and to just try and get some information, which you never get. And it's the same for anybody else at the Arts Commission. They just don't respond. I don't really know why. Okay, so this complaint was an IDR that I sent on 9/22. The response was on, let's see, 9/24. So the IDR was very specific. It was by an email. I wanted scheduled dates, locations of a specific thing, a copy of a report, and once again, an explanation as to why at that specific meeting this woman hid the clock from public view. 3 specific things. And once again, the IDR was not responded to in a complete manner. It's just a very terse explanation of we don't have the documents, we're not required to, or whatever it may be. And the one that is really off the top is the explanation as to why this woman stopped the clock and removed it from public view. Patterson was not there. She didn't listen to the audio, and what her response is so far out there, it's just completely made up. That some commissioner was talking, and for that reason, it was removed. In no time did this woman remove the clock from public view. That's not true. She wasn't there. It's there in the audio. So, this IDR was not responded to in a complete way. Of course, I don't call. I send a follow-up email saying, well, this wasn't it wasn't fulfilled. Can you, elaborate? Can you do something? And never once do I get anything from Patterson saying, well, can you clarify it, or can I assist you in any way? And at times I've even gone out of my way to quote her the section in the ordinance, ask her to look at it, and she always has got to copy people, so this list grows, and she wants to engage in some sort of dialogue, which I don't want to engage in. I just want the documents. There's no reason to email back and forth unless it's to clarify or narrow the document request, and it's never the case with her, which is why I had to open a new email account, because it was so jammed up with this woman's emails. It was unbelievable. So the part that really upset me was page 417. We don't have the requests, but we never understand what kind of search she made, how much time she spent on it, how did this thing come about, and it was not complete. Here she's saying again, at no time did this woman remove the clock from public view. She didn't stop the clock. She would not be, I mean, she just made this up. When a commissioner finished speaking, where did that come from? That she wasn't there, it's not in the audio, it's not in the minutes, it's just made up in order to fulfill this IDR. So the documents, or the reason why this wasn't filled, is particularly number 3. She didn't even address the issue.
All right, at this time, Ms. Patterson, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So I could not ascertain from the previous testimony where we exactly did not provide a response to an immediate disclosure request, because as a documentation approves, we did respond in a timely fashion with all of the records we had at our disposal. As for item number 3, it was not a request for records. It was a request for an explanation, and we provided one. And I did not make this up. This is actually came from the Street Artist Licensing Program, Director Howard Lazar, and who was at the meeting, who did explain the reason why Ms. Vantra paused the clock. It does not say anything about her putting it out of public view, but I don't make things up. I do rely on program staff to provide records and explanations for records requests. So unless you have any specific questions, I think that we've adequately proved that we were responsive and provided all the records that were in our possession.
All right, so with regard to Ms. Patterson, so with regard to the first item, the documents regarding Jeff Potter, those were provided to,
Yes.
to Ms. Patterson?
They were not provided.
Excuse
please wait
me.
your turn.
Yes, they were,
Okay,
in an attachment.
all right. And they were provided to her on September 24th?
Yes, we responded in a timely fashion. I think that I CC'd Victor on these, so they should be in here, but let me just look real quick. I don't see your original email. Maybe I left you off. I try to CC Victor on all my responses to Mr. Boo to avoid this kind of, let me just see in my deck.
I'd just like to state that unless there's a file number attached, it's very hard for me to link
Oh,
items
fair enough.
together.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we did provide the documents. I remember it was a PDF attachment.
So there's no evidence of that here that I can find, though?
Well, I'm happy to look in my email and try to find that. Let's see.
So I see the email from you.
I do say attached is a PDF of the documents relative to this request.
Mm-hmm.
So I acknowledge that there's an attachment. So it would be easy for me to call it up on my phone and show you an attachment. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, because sometimes we forget attachments. It happens.
Yeah, no, I know, but I did do that. So I can do that.
Okay, if you would.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Member?
No.
Nancy, okay. Me too. Although her IDR was on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Respond to the 24th. So
And the 22nd was that one.
the 22nd was a Tuesday.
So
It was
it
late.
is a time when,
Yeah.
regardless of whether you can pull it up on our phone or not.
Would you like to take a pause on this item and move on to the next item while
No,
Ms.,
if you don't mind.
please, I was speaking with the chair.
Meeting of the Street Artists Committee, this is.
I think Victor's looking for help.
Pardon me?
I think Victor's looking for
It's at your discretion if you'd like to move on to the next item until we can get these documents, the email.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a minute to like log in because I can't, it's not loading in my phone.
Okay.
It's page 420 of your packet. You can-
Actually, I wanted to say, though, that I'm looking at a possible timeliness violation here. September 22nd was a Tuesday. September 24th was 2 days later.
Yeah.
And,
Well, when was the time of the email, the original email sent?
Well, you should know that, miss.
excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Please, we have a lot to get through of
Yeah,
matters that you've brought to us, so please.
Because there's no-
Please.
There's no communication.
Please have a seat until we call you forward.
It's page
Please
420
have a
of
seat
your
until we call you
packet.
forward.
It's right here.
Please have a seat until we call you forward.
Okay, so I'm looking at the original request was 10:46 a.m. on the 22nd, and the response came about 48 hours, September 24th. Okay, that said, Ms. Trabeau makes voluminous IDRs. I just want to note that for the record that according to information provided by Ms. Patterson, that Ms. Trabeau made 113 IDRs during a calendar year of 188 business days. This particular one was responded to late.
Getting warmer on this, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
September 24th.
On your screen.
That's the.
Oh, it's on this, our screen, okay.
Is yours on?
I don't know what you think of Office 365. I kind of hate it, this Outlook program.
Sorry this is taking so long.
No problem.
It's not your fault.
Page 420 of your packet.
Well, I definitely sent it. I'm not.
Excuse me, Please.
I'm just double checking.
Okay.
Yeah, because sometimes searching is just dicey, just weird. So here we go. So there's a lot of emails that so.
Wow, record keeping isn't an issue.
Well, there's a lot of records.
Yeah, well, I didn't get it.
Please.
Can we move on?
Excuse me.
Come on.
I'm sorry, I'm just I'm kind of under pressure and I'm trying to find this.
I think we should move on, and one way to do that is.
Forward it later. I mean,
Sure.
I'm sure I have it. I don't throw anything out.
Okay.
I will delay a decision on this one. Maybe we'll find something by the end of the meeting. If we can
Okay.
just move on to the
I'm
end.
happy to keep looking while we move on.
Okay, let's move on to the next item on the agenda.
Next on the agenda is item number 10, file number 15150, complaint filed by Andrew Wu against Rebecca Krill and the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25, for failure to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely and/or complete manner. I did receive a response from the Arts Commission stating that the request was sent directly to Ms. Krill, it was sent directly only to Ms. Krill, who was on vacation. The Arts Commission did submit proof of the out-of-office message being placed. A response was sent out to the complainant upon Ms. Krill's return on October the 15th. If you'd like to provide your...
Okay, Ms. Trevaux, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Once again, this is against Rebecca Krill. So I sent an IDR on October 7th at 1:12 p.m. I did not receive a response until October 15th at 1:58 p.m. I didn't receive any auto away message, and I think that providing a screenshot of Rebecca Krill sent an email to another staff member that she was going to be away. That's not evidence. If there was a screenshot maybe of her outgoing mail that something was sent to me, I might think that that was evidence, but I didn't get anything. And I usually send a follow-up email a couple days afterwards, which I did. And once again, I did not receive anything. And as you can see, this is a repetitive problem of record keeping, which we see here. She claims she sends me information which
Please stay on
does not
point.
come. The on point is the late response, 6125A. These were simple questions which, once again, were not answered. The RDR read, and the response should always be included in the packet, which it never is. That would be clear and available to anyone. So on page 458 is the RDR, 456 to 458. It's a very simple one. I was asking for specific information. I didn't get it. I believe I called Kay Patterson again and was slammed down the phone. I believe I sent her a section of the code that applied. It might have been for this lost one, but there's never any conversation. She may, once I file the formal complaint, she may send information to Victor, but it doesn't even get in the packet. So, and over again, there's never an explanation of how these searches were done. How was the response to this one done? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I just know I asked for specific information. Page 452, logbooks of inspections done in street artist stands from September 1 to September 26. These should have been supplied on a rolling basis because I was making these requests every month, and they should be supplied on an ongoing basis. Instead, I have to send and resend the same email over and over again, which is this record-keeping issue, which clogs up my email, and I have to open a new one. It's a very simple request, and we've seen it over and over again, rolling basis. And the claim that I make so many IDRs, well, they're basically for the same thing, and they should have been supplied on a regular basis. And that's it. The information should have been supplied in the packet. It's not. Here we see on page 465, an auto away message from Rebecca Krill to Kay Patterson. Why would she send an auto away to a staff member and then claim that's evidence that one was sent to me? I would expect that a sent email from Rebecca Krill to me might be some sort of evidence, but not this, and they do it very, very often. And then 466, I explained to Mr. Young that I would like to open a complaint because the IDR was not answered. And then she claims on October 19th that here's our attached auto away response, and I don't even see it in the packet. It's not attached anywhere. 458 is something, and then it was not sent to me. I didn't get it. Once it's a pattern that's made over and over again. This is a violation of 6125A.
I just like to state I did take a look at that out-of-office message. I believe that the out-of-office message was automatically sent to other staff members as they send emails to Ms. Krill.
Right.
And that is why it's addressed to other staff members.
Exactly, yeah, okay. Yeah, there would be no way for them to have what she received.
Yes.
Exactly. So, Ms. Patterson, would you speak to the matter at hand, and then we'll take a look at your email?
Certainly. So, yeah, I mean, I think that, yes, she sent an IDR to Ms. Krell, who's out of the office. Ms. Krell's auto reply was active, and I provided evidence of that. So Ms. Terbu should have received a similar notification. And let me remind you that this task force advised us to establish a generic records request email on the website. It's an email address that Ms. Terbu has availed herself of in the past. So, if she received an out of the office request, she knows that there are other avenues to get information either through that email address or directly through me or any other staff member. So to basically claim a violation after not personally following up on, a request, when it was clear that the staff person who she was reaching out to was not available, should not be a violation. And as soon as I was made aware of the request, we responded accordingly and provided her with the documents. So if you have any further questions, I'm not sure what else to add.
Okay. Member Hensey, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. I'm
not sensing a violation.
I'm not sensing a violation either. I know that there are procedures for obtaining records when the person you have contacted is not there, and it would be impossible for them to produce a copy of the email you received. I'm not seeing a violation, but Ms. Patterson, do you have anything to say on rebuttal? Ms. Chabot, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, the reason why it was sent to Rebecca Krill is because I saw her a few days earlier, spoke to her in person here in the hallway before the full commission meeting of October. She said she was going to send me the information. She didn't say, I'm going out of town, I'm going on vacation. So I'm sending a follow-up email to her directly. And if they provided a screenshot of an email that was sent from her email to mine, that would have been some evidence. Instead, there was nothing. It was just left there hanging. And that's very often the case.
Thank you. At this time, do we have a motion?
I move to recommend no violation.
And I second that. Is there any public comment on the motion to find no violation?
This is Sophia Johnson, and I think that we should look into more of that, because that's kind of like non-perspective respect for emails.
Thank you. Ms. Young, would you call the roll on this matter?
That is the motion to recommend the matter to the full task force with the recommendation that no violation has occurred. On that motion, Member Hensey?
Aye.
Hensey, aye. Pilpel absent. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. I believe that we can return to item number 9, 151 through 8. I believe that Ms. Patterson has retrieved the information that's on your screen at this time.
So this shows, as you claimed, that on September 24th, you sent a PDF file with the requested documents. And this was sent to atrabo@aol.com. Okay, at this time, Member Hensey, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Ms. Patterson, do you have anything to add? Okay.
Would you like to allow for rebuttals then public comment?
I asked, so Ms. Chabot, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so this IDR was in 3 parts. This is my first time of seeing this email. I never got it. She didn't explain how she did a search or how she went about getting information, other than she went to Howard Lazar and Howard Lazar told her something. Well, that's not really enough for a document request or for information. It's all hearsay. So this request wasn't fulfilled. It's just another one of those record-keeping issues. I didn't get it. This is my first time of seeing it. It's nothing new. It's been going on for 3 years.
Thank you. Member Hensey, do you have a motion? This is
Yeah. I'll move to to recommend a violation for timeliness, which I believe is 6725.
Yes.
A. Yeah. Because the IDR was made on the 22nd and it wasn't responded to until the 24th.
And I'd like to second the motion. Is there any public comment? On the motion to find a violation of 67.25A.
I think that this motion should be at least emailed in at least 12 o'clock or something. But this is not getting everything as period thing.
Thank you. Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this?
On that motion, Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Pelpel absent. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 11, file number 15144, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Rebecca Krell and San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to a media disclosure request, not response, in a timely and/or complete manner. I would like to state that Ms. Krell was on, the Arts Commission has stated that Ms. Krell was on vacation, and we have previously seen the auto away message provided by the Arts Commission in the last case. The request was on 9/25/2015, was made on September 25th, 2015, and the Arts Commission responded on October the 19th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct. It was September 25th at 4:49. Even if you were to go to put it over to the next day, the response was not received until October 19th. Once again, I had no indication that Rebecca Krell was gone, and I had been to a meeting a few days before, which she attended, and we talked informally before the meeting began. I asked for specific information, and once again, she said she was going to send it, which she didn't. On page 492 of your packet is the IDR. They're bullet points, so it's very clear. There are 5 things that I'm asking for. And they're very clear, they're very specific, and they were not responded to. The response was an extremely long-winded, off-topic, to me, ranting nonsense. The lectures, the ranting, the misinformation, which is so very typical of Ms. Patterson, which I've never really understood. I'm just seeking information. I go through very carefully, and I say, well, is there, in all this extreme verbiage, is there any documents provided that I asked for? And I found none. I asked for phone logs, police reports, evidence. She didn't even respond to it. I asked for inter-office emails between the San Francisco City Attorney and the Arts Commission of so-called harassment of San Francisco employees, not commissioners. It's very clear. Didn't respond to it. She went off on a rant about identity of an informer. What does that have to do with anything? All emails between the Arts Commission and Allegra Fortunati. I did receive some. I don't know if they were all of them. I have no way of knowing. All inter-office emails between commissioners and the Arts Commission. I did get a voluminous data dump, and I was shocked, to be honest with you, because in it, she included the personal cell phone number of Commissioners Chuck Collins, the personal cell phone number of June Beltran, the president of the Arts Commission, and the personal cell phone number of one of the employees. I cannot recall the name. I trudged through this stuff, trying to get any type of information that pertained to this, and I got nothing. Instead, it was this kind of nonsense that she does. And the last one, all police reports, phone tapes, dates, and time when these so-called events occurred, and what I'm referring to is harassment of employees. In her voluminous response, oddly enough, she cites an Ethics Commission hearing. Yes, there was one, and the violation was the exact same as what I allege here, justification of withholding. She did not cite a section in the ordinance that was, we have the documents, but we're not going to withhold them. She just went off on a narrative of what took place at the meeting. Well, they were violated, and here she's made the same mistake. So in the memorandum, page 494, what records does the complainant allege should have been provided, not provided? Well, pretty well everything in the IDR. The police reports, phone log, evidence, name of inspector, interoffice emails, emails between commissioners and employees concerning...
I believe you're talking about the wrong item.
Yes.
Oh, shit. Am I?
Yes. Yeah, I was very confused.
We're
talking about the inspector's logbooks. That's what you wanted.
Oh, rolling basis. That should be supplied on a rolling basis. I've asked for it every month for almost a year, and I have to... Oh, we don't have the documents. Contact us in a couple weeks. It shouldn't be like that. It should be, we're going to supply them on a rolling basis. And I've quoted her the section in the code over and over again, politely in emails, which is why I have so many emails. I limited myself 5 emails a day to Kate Patterson, no more. And that's basically it. I mean, it's not rocket science here. Rolling basis, 6725A.
I would just like to state in response to that you cannot request future documents on a rolling basis.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Yes. I mean,
okay.
Can we go back to the original complaint, which is that she, again, sent an immediate disclosure request to Rebecca while she was out on vacation. She most definitely received an out-of-office response. She did not contact additional staff to get the information in Rebecca's absence, so we responded when I got the request from Ms. Krell. We have been providing her with the logbooks per her requests when they are available. In my letter, I outline all the other dates during which we provided the documents she requested. So actually, even though she had made the request to Rebecca, we were already totally up to date with all of the records, and just provided her with the last installment, when we responded to this, because it was available concurrently. It's really challenging for staff to keep track of all of Mr. Boo's requests. It's well over 100 requests this calendar year. And, she knows who the custodian of records is. She has the request for public records emails, and hounding different staff with the same requests is really counterproductive. And in order for us to provide her with the best service possible, she should just use the contacts, which have been made clear are her contacts for records requests, because otherwise it's like harassment, to hound different staff people concurrently for information. We endeavor to respond in a timely fashion and thoroughly, and it makes our process much more convoluted. We do not send Ms. Ditesh emails which are not instigated by Mr. Boo, excuse me. So, the power to minimize the amount of emails that she receives for us is in her hands.
Thank you. The matter is now with the committee. This fact pattern looks exactly like one we heard.
My comments are the same as my last.
I'm not seeing a violation here, but I'm happy to entertain rebuttals. Ms. Patterson, do you have anything further to say? Ms. Tedeschi, you have, Ms. Trabeau, you have 3 minutes.
Once again, this is a communication issue. If you look at the size of this particular complaint, you see how thick it is? Most of it are repetitive documents. And what I get from her is that we already sent you the documents. And I say, no, you didn't. I didn't get any documents. What are you talking about? And so she'll send the same thing over and over and over again. And it makes it extremely time-consuming for me to wade through what appears to be voluminous nonsense, in my opinion, because they're not even data dumps. It's her repeating the same thing over and over again. And what I am finding, once again, is that if I'm asking for something very simple, and I've seen Rebecca Krill only a few days before, and she says, yeah, I'm going to send it to you, and of course it doesn't come, well, you know, it's not like I haven't made this information known before. It's lack of communication, lack of record keeping, a lot of slander and it's not even documents. I went to Howard Lazar and he said, or it's not like other departments are saying, well, this is how I did the record search and this is how I came up with the information and these are the documents that were presented. It's nothing like that. This is over 1,000 pages of repetitive documents. Really, it's extremely difficult to go through it and say, does any of this pertain to the request? No. Did anybody ever ask for clarification? Is there anybody there that's going to pick up the phone? Nothing of the sort. And that's always the way it's been. I'm not the only one making record requests. In fact, I forward all this information along. I post it on a chat room because there are well over 350 people that would like to know this information.
I move to find no violation.
And I second the motion.
Is there any public comment on the motion?
Oh, I understand what Johnson, but fast is fast. We need to get some communication because that's not, looking towards the future. That's looking for, bad. And we're not looking for, of course, with this new discovery, it's going to be really hard on both sides, to compute and make agreements. Thank you.
On the motion, Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Skillswell absent. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 12, file number 15114, complaint filed by Angelo against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 and 67.27 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner and failure to provide justification for withholding information. The request for records related to court case number CCH-155-76914. The Arts Commission opted to withhold records for safety reasons and so informed Ms. Trevaux on July 29, 2015. The respondent provided a response, but the complainant does not believe that it is sufficient. The following statement was provided to you by our City Attorney Representative, Jerry Treat. On May 27, 2015, the Ethics Commission held a hearing on ethics complaint number 13-150127, which involved the withholding of identity of an individual who filed a complaint against Ms. Datesh. The Ethics Commission found in favor of the Arts Commission, stating that the Arts Commission properly withheld a requested public records under California Evidence Code Section 1040 and 1041. Based on this finding, the evidence presented, the San Francisco Arts Commission believes it has not violated Administrative Code Section 67.25 and 67.27.
Ms. Trevaux, you have 5 minutes.
Well, I kind of argued it by mistake at the last one. I made an IDR request for information. The response was late. That's 6725A. They did not invoke a 14-day extension. There was nothing. On page 492 is the IDR that I made. There are 5 points there. And the violation is that there was no cite in the Sunshine Ordinance for the justification of withholding. We don't know what was withheld, what documents they have, or why they're not giving it up. They it's just a lot of excess verbiage that really has nothing to do with the IDR at all. And the cite for the Ethics Commission, that hearing was a violation. It was justification of withholding. Whether there was something about an email in question that was not provided to me. To this day, I don't know what it was. First they said they didn't have it, then they did, then they didn't. So it was extremely confusing as a hearing, and I don't think it's a valid cite. Once again, they admitted to having information. We don't know what it was. It's not an ongoing investigation by any means. There are 5 points there, and not except for some emails between the Arts Commission and Allegra Fortunati, which I did receive. The rest of it I did not get. So it's a pattern that Patterson does. Rather than communicate with me directly, she'll send information to Victor Young once I file a formal complaint. I don't know why. That's not the way things are supposed to go, but that's, once again, the way she does it. I'm not accusing the Arts Commission of doing anything. I mean, it just goes on, pages and pages of this and that have nothing to do with it. You can see how thick this one is, which is not documents or information I requested. A temporary restraining order, that's not the document I requested, page 585. A notice of a court hearing, again, not the document I requested. None of this was information that this is readily available online, and I have it. So page 554, she says this is also, this so-called harassment of employees is extensively documented. Well, that was what my IDR was for, information about this so-called harassment. Well, if it's documented, she's admitted to having documents. Where's the justification for withholding? I don't see it in any of this. So, and then once again, she wants to engage in this weird dialogue where my IDR is extremely clear and specific with bullet points. Which email are you talking about? What? You know, I sent you an IDR. Please send the information, that's all. Page 558. And once again, I say to her, I asked, and she's not even asking for clarification. I'm doing it on my own. You hung up on me today, and I asked, once again, I'm repeating the IDR, asked for this specific documentation. And she kind of forces my hand to file these complaints because she doesn't want to comply or she doesn't understand the ordinance. I don't really know what the issue is, but this IDR was not complied with and it was not a timely response. This is 6727. No, there was no cite for the justification of withholding.
All right, at this time, Ms. Patterson. Help us out here.
Yeah. Well, I don't see how we relate, so I don't know what to say about that. And in terms, I guess, so, Ms. Datesh does, Commissioner Barbara Sklar does have a restraining order against Ms. Datesh currently, and, sorry, Ms. Trabue, but it does say Ms. Datesh in the restraining order, so you might note that. That's a legal document. And so, we did respond to her request, and we basically provided her a copy with her own restraining order, because that's the document we had. And then in terms of all of the other instances of staff harassment, we do have extensive documentation. And I did provide a rationale for not providing that, citing the California Evidence Code. And, I felt justified in providing that because the Ethics Commission had basically found no violation when there was another instance where Ms. Trabue requested the identity of someone who'd filed a complaint against her, and we refused to share that information with her for fear of retaliation on that individual person. It's actually, Ms. Trabue, ironically, has invoked the same statute when she is requesting information on other street artists. So she's familiar with it and has accepted it as, part of something that she now requests when she, is filing complaints against other street artists. So I feel that we were thorough. I did provide her with the documents that, there was some correspondence between the Arts Commission and a member of the public, Allegra Fortunati. So those documents that where I did not feel there was a conflict or an issue with disclosure, I did provide those. I feel like the legal rationale I provided is extensive, and this is just an excerpt of, a more detailed, finding from the Ethics Commission hearing. So I don't know what to say. I feel like we did our due diligence in providing our justification, and where we could, we did provide her with those records. And I'm happy to go into my email again if you want to see the actual correspondence. That's totally fine.
No, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this.
And maybe we should just look at her request. I still have time on the clock. So, her request was for, let me just find it.
Yeah, there are 5 bulleted items on page 4 of the item, page 492 of the packet.
Okay.
It's in DCA 3's memorandum.
So the Ethics Commission hearing is for another.
So she wanted documents related to her restraining order case. We provided her a copy of that. That's the only document the Arts Commission has pertaining to that case.
And you explained that to her?
Yes. I was like, this is the only thing we have. This is the document.
Okay.
All interoffice emails between the SFAC and the SFCA's office concerning so-called harassment of SFAC employees. I did not provide that because, again, there is extensive documentation of Ms. Trabue harassing staff and commissioners. And again, it was to protect their identities. I included the language from the Ethics Commission hearing as a reminder because she'd already been through this. We've already been down this road with Ms. Trabue. And then I did provide her with the emails from Allegra Fortunati and... okay, we already talked about the next one. And then again, the rest of the records we don't even have. We don't have police reports, phone tapes, dates and times. We don't have a lot of this.
Okay.
So I think what's disturbing is that this is pertaining to a restraining order against a commissioner. So it's very disturbing to us that she would be, that it just seems to me that if you have a restraining order, that you would not, you would pursue it, via your lawyer, in a more formal fashion. I think that going deeper into, things that could potentially hurt her as a witness, it seems very odd to me. So,
I have to say that I'm feeling right now kind of in over my head with this one.
Yeah.
And I I really wish we had DCA 3 here to help with this one.
I almost want to refer it up to the full task force for hearing in part so that he can help us.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that I'm understanding what the Arts Commission is representing, and I just would like a better understanding of the law that's applicable here.
We hate to make you go through this again, but I don't feel like you're gonna get a fair hearing out of the two of us right now on this one.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, again, I think I would just say that, the Ethics Commission already heard this, a very similar case where, we withheld documentation that basically was, someone had filed a complaint out of fear against Mr. Boo, and Mr. Boo requested that person's identity, and we went through this with the Ethics Commission. You can read their minutes, and they said that we acted correctly, and all of this language with the legal justification, all of this has been vetted, and this is all in alignment with the findings of the Ethics Commission. So that's what is being represented here. And I'm really tired and I'm not being articulate. But it's all of that language is, from that former proceeding.
Right. We're all very tired at this point. And Mr. Young?
So we just refer this to the full task force meeting in February?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Refer it without recommendation to the February meeting. I don't believe there's a need for rebuttals at this time, since this will be reheard at the...
Right. We're going to have a full hearing before the full task force because this one is more complicated. And I think the full task force, we could all benefit for some more discussion, some more thought about this, more discussion. Because it's a bigger issue than just Ms. Trebow's case here.
Is there any public comment on that referral?
Hello, I'm Sally Johnson, and there's comments that we have, haven't done in a long time, and this is like a sample to where it's being investigated for our future, and where a lot of these things have to do with our construction and example of different ways of building our process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
That motion to refer is adopted without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 13, file number 15147, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Kate Patterson and San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The complainant submitted an immediate disclosure request for inspection logbooks regarding street artists' booths spanning October 1st through October 13, 2015. The Arts Commission responded in a timely manner on October the 14th. On October the 19th, Ms. Trebot stated that she was unable to open the file and further stated that she did not receive advisory notes.
Mr. Bowe, you have 5 minutes.
This is just another one of those things. Okay, if you say that future documents that are not available are not going to be supplied on a rolling basis, then this doesn't fall into this. I made an IDR on October 17th. No, page 635. The IDR was sent on October 13th at 4:33 p.m. I asked for specific things once again. All logbooks, advisory notes, photos of the inspections done on street artist stands from October 1st to the 13th. This would have been the same day that I sent the IDR, so it was not a future request. So the response, first response was the next day. She claims that she made an attachment with these logbooks. I explained, no, there is no attachment. So she's explaining again on the 14th, later in the day, here's the PDF. And I say, no, there's no attachment. I say that 4 times, and I explain that I'm not able to open it, that I also asked for advisory notes for the same time period. I didn't get them either. So once again, I mean, this is kind of irrelevant. I just happen to have seen Howard Lazar. I asked quite calmly, I didn't receive this, can you please send them to me? And he went off on some crazy rant and claimed that I was stalking him. So then I made a formal request for these documents. This issue of not including the PDF attachments is a very common reason for me winding up in front of you over and over again, and it's a mistake that Kay Patterson makes over and over again. She made a presentation at the Full Arts Commission meeting where she forgot to include the PDF attachment during a presentation. I actually was there, I sat in the back, and when she walked out, I said, by the way, I didn't get these documents. She turned to a colleague and she said, don't talk to her, she's crazy. So, you know, you see it over and over again, the tone of this woman, this very lecturous, this complaint is serious, complaints against commissioners, yada, yada. We've seen over and over again complainants in here seeking documentation for pending civil cases that they have. They're looking for information, which is the exact reason why I was asking for information for an appeal of this Barbara Scalar restraining order. Since the affidavit is based on hearsay of employees, but no documentation was supplied, no police report was supplied, there was no discovery. And then the request for the logbooks was for an appeal that took place of a colleague on the 9th of this month. I didn't feel he got a fair hearing at the street artist level. A lot of people didn't. He filed an appeal, and I was there hoping that he would show up, that I would be able to speak with him. He didn't speak English. There was an interpreter there, and I was hoping to be able to help him out or work through it or do something, because this is this man's living, and that was the reason for the logbooks. But that's not the reason why. I mean, you don't have to know why I asked for documents. So I believe this was a late response.
Not this one.
Well, I asked 4 times for the PDF attachment. I didn't get it. I didn't get it to this day. I don't see it even in the file here. I don't see any PDF concerning logbooks in here, and that's a very common mistake. Other departments come, they say, here are the documents that I've sent, here it is in the file, here's proof that I sent it. We never get that from Kay Patterson. We get her fishing around on the internet claiming that she sent them to Victor. They're not even in the file.
So I'm happy to show you the number of it's because I did provide the documentation with our responses, and you can see where a PDF was. Oh, Victor, can I use this here? Sorry.
Yes.
Is it on now? And I also provided a screenshot showing the attachment, and I did respond several times, with, okay, so here you can see that indicates that a PDF was attached. And then I also note that the advisory committee inspection notes, which she requested, were not available. We didn't have that record at the time, but I fulfilled the other requests with the record we did have. And Here it is again, where I included it. I provided a screenshot showing you the number of times that I send it with the attachments. And at a certain point, I can't help the fact that she can't, I can send it out, but if she can't open it, that's her problem. And I made it clear that she can request a printed document and that we would provide that to her. That's totally something that is our responsibility, and I made that available to her. But I have a lot of other important work to do, and I cannot spend my days sending PDFs every time Ms. Trabue claims she does not receive them. So she can avail herself of the other option, which is a printed copy. I reminded her of that, but at a certain point, I have to move on, and I can't spend my days doing repetitive work. So I think that we adequately responded. We did so in a timely fashion. I don't see a violation here.
Okay, the matter is with the committee, and Member Hensey, what say you?
Do you have that other record that you requested, the one that you stated that you didn't have at the time? Do you have it now? And did you provide it to her?
You're talking to me?
No.
No.
Ms. Patterson.
Ms. Patterson.
I don't know that I'd have to look to see if she requested it again later, but I don't necessarily, I probably didn't follow up with her specifically when we did have it, because we didn't have it at the time, and I just move on with my other work. So, we didn't have it when the court request was made.
Okay.
In that case, that seems fair in that they responded. I guess if she wanted that other record, then she could have just requested it when they had it. So
yeah,
I'm not sensing a violation.
Right, I feel the same way. I don't see a timeliness issue. I see evidence, proof that PDFs were attached to emails to Ms. Trabue, and I sometimes have trouble opening attachments. I did actually today, one from Mr. Young, but I usually can't open them. Who knows? But at any rate, you were given another option. I don't see a violation here. And so at this time, Ms. Patterson, do you have a rebuttal? Ms. Trabue, you have 3 minutes.
I do recall an email from her in a very terse manner saying, well, I'll just leave it with the guard. You can pick it up there. And I'm left saying to myself, what is this one about now? Leave it with what guard? You can pick what up? Is she talking about mailing it to me? Is she talking about me going somewhere to pick it up? It's just very vague. And when you have me asking for this information 4 times, it's not coming, then I make subsequent requests for the advisory notes. I did not get them. They were not included in the Arts Commission appeal, which is the reason why I wanted them. It leaves you wondering what is exactly going on here. It's not a simple matter of not being able to open a PDF attachment. It's a very long-term issue of record keeping. Look how thick this one is. Are there any advisory notes or any logbooks in here? No. Was there the email of, well, just go pick it up with the guard? No. Nothing like that. So as far as her feeling put upon or that I'm harassing her through IDRs, I actually went out of my way once again to meet with Rebecca Krill in the hallway here before a meeting, and I said, look, there's never been a return phone call. There's never been any indication of, well, we're going to help you try to answer these very simple questions, or come sit down, meet, or call us at a certain time. I even offered to drop all of these complaints here today in exchange for someone making an effort to reach out and communicate. And I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for 350 street artists who have no idea what's going on. Half of them don't even speak English. So you can imagine when there's no phone communication, these emails are not very clear and specific. They're very, the tone of them is extremely bizarre. You know that there are documents, you just don't know how to get them. So the only recourse available to you is to make an IDR, and that's basically it. I don't chase people around by phone. I don't harass them. I've never spoken to this woman. So as far as this harassment of staff and stuff, of course, anybody would like to see evidence of it. I don't see it. I've been to the police station. There's no reports made on me. So where is all this coming from? I don't know.
I move that no violation has occurred.
I second the motion. Is there any public comment on the motion?
There is none. On the motion, Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Pilpel absent. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 14, file number 15154, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Rebecca Crowell and San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25. The complainant submitted an immediate disclosure request on October 28, 2015. For policy efforts in preventing complainants from attending Arts Commission meetings held in the War Memorial Building, an immediate disclosure request was submitted by the complainant. The respondent replied on October 29, 2015. The complainant states the response provided did not satisfy the request.
Mr. Bowe, you have 5 minutes.
Once again, I was looking for documentation because of an appeal that...
May I just try to clarify this? In this case, there was a response. Can we just find out what the complainant believes was not provided to her?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, yes. Very specifically address the response.
Very specifically.
I mean, your complaint. What did you not receive?
The documents that I didn't receive are page 677. The reason why Ann Trickey claimed I was banned from the War Memorial Building, I went on October 19th to a public meeting there.
Can we, I'd like to stop at that. That is a question. That is not a request for documents. And we just want to know exactly what documents you believe that the Arts Commission has that they did not provide to you.
Request whatever.
And the question is not a document.
Who's running the meeting here, Victor? Request what efforts the San Francisco Arts Commission has in place to ensure this does not continue. Basically, I filed a police report because this woman was running around screaming, claiming that I was banned from the building when I was sitting in a meeting room. She was screaming. I waited for the meeting to be over.
Excuse me, I have to apologize. I carefully reviewed all of the complaints listed here, except I missed a page. I did not download these files, so Mr. Young, I'm not familiar with this. I need to hear.
Yes.
I need to hear more. So.
Okay.
So, could you please start the 5 minutes, and you have 5 minutes to explain what you were requesting and did you receive it, and so forth.
I requested 2 things, and I did not receive them. I requested just the short version. I went in to 401 Van Ness for a nominating committee meeting on December 19th. I'm in the meeting room, and I hear a lot of screaming in the hallway. Some woman running around screaming, call 911, I want her arrested, on and on. I didn't leave the meeting room. I was just there. When the meeting was over, SFPD and several sheriff's deputies were there. She didn't have a copy of this restraining order. She's yelling and screaming at Bill Graham, the director of security for the War Memorial Building. He was called from another place because the security guard was scared. So I asked him, can you please pull up a copy of this restraining order? Do you have it on file? Do you know anything about it? He said, no, I know absolutely nothing. So the police talked to him. They printed out a copy of it, and we looked very clearly at the language. It's a restraining order against an individual, and it very clearly says it's not a location, that I can attend public meetings, publicly noticed meetings. Even if that individual is there, there's a 3-yard stay away. She wasn't even in the room. I was in a public meeting. What is the issue? So I was clearly shaken by that incident, and I've maintained contact with Bill Graham, who even put a call in to their city attorney, because it's very clear that the Arts Commission is reading into this restraining order information that's not there. You see it on page 675. While this event was going on, I called Deputy City Attorney Deanna Rosenstein. I explained to her, if somebody puts handcuffs on me, I'm going to sue the city because you represented Scalar. I don't need to know this. The scope of my involvement was extremely narrow. I just went to court to get the thing. I don't care what they do with it. And she slammed down the phone. And Bill Graham was there, the director of security. So I was very shaken up by it because I had no notice given to me prior to that I couldn't enter that building. My nephew dances in the San Francisco Ballet. They're not performing the Nutcracker there this year. They're performing it in the next building, but next year it will be performed over there. I don't know if I can enter that building or not. There are other services in the building that I'm denied, but I'm not making an issue of that. So I asked what was the reason she made the statement. I didn't get it much, except according to Deputy City Attorney Deanna Rosenstein, she's listed 25 Vaness on the petition. You don't go by the petition, you go by the final restraining order. Any lawyer is going to tell you that. And plus, they moved offices. So 25 Vaness is listed on the restraining order. There's no location listed on it. But according to their explanation, I'm prohibited from entering the building unless I'm attending a publicly noticed meeting. I don't know who interpreted this. Was it Ann Trickey? Was it Kate Patterson? They certainly have not sought advice from their deputy city attorney, Susan Dawson. In fact, Susan Dawson is the same city attorney for the War Memorial. Bill Graham put a call in, and he never got a response from her, which is why I have an appeal. I go through all of this so a judge can explain to the Arts Commission, this is against an individual, not a location. I see this over and over again. I'm banned from the War Memorial Building. I don't believe I am. The lawyers I've spoken to just say, go in. Let them call the cops. They put handcuffs on you. Then a judge is going to tell them, and then you sue the city. I just want to watch my nephew dance in the ballet. So that's that. The documents that I asked for, okay, technically they were not documents. It was more of an explanation. And they clearly could have said, we don't have documents responsive to this. Instead, they came up with this ridiculous response. Well, who called Deanna Rosenstein? When did this happen? Was there any? I don't know.
Ms. Patterson.
I can't verify the monologue we just heard and all of her conversations. I do know that Ann Trickey, on this particular day, did come down to alert the security staff on duty to just point Mr. Boo out and let them know that she is not supposed to enter the building unless she is there for a publicly noticed meeting. And as a way of an explanation, we did have a document, which is the restraining order, which you're welcome to read through. And in that, Ms. Sklar cites the Arts Commission as a workplace. And in this time, or close to this time, we did change offices from 25 Van Ness to 401 Van Ness, and the workplace address was sort of amended, so it was included. So our new location is also considered to be still the Arts Commission, and so the same rules do apply. I'm just going to stick, that is what we're talking about. Whether or not she can go to her nephew's ballet performance, that is totally a separate issue. But all of this to say is that it was not a records request. It was a request for an explanation. However, we did provide a record. We did so in a timely fashion. And I think that, again, for us, the safety of Commissioner Sklar and other staff is paramount. And so it is really not up to, we are following the recommendations of both the city attorney and with what is stipulated in the restraining order.
Okay. Member Hensey?
Okay, I gotta say on this one that I don't really know what the documents are that we're supposed to be targeting. So I don't really even know what we can rule upon. I don't know. I'm just lost with this one.
Okay, I'm thinking that what Ms. Trabeau wanted was an explanation for why she was, why there was such a strong reaction to her being in that place at that time. So this was not a documents request. The response was with a document that was relevant to the issue, but there was nothing, nothing more that could be done here. There was no timeliness issue. I don't see a violation.
Yeah, I don't
This
see.
is more of a legal issue, I believe, and not.
Yeah, this is not in our purview whatsoever.
We will say that we tried to find a document that we were, a way that we could rule on this, but I don't see a sunshine violation.
Yeah.
I believe the motion is to find that there was no violation as there is no violation, and I will provide the explanation based on the testimony.
Okay, all right. At this time, Ms. Patterson, do you have a rebuttal? Ms. Trabeau, you have 3 minutes.
I just want to go on the public record and state once again that they could have easily said she's not, has no idea what the Sunshine Ordinance is, of course, but this is an informational request. We don't have to honor it. We don't have any documents relative to it. Instead, this is my first time of seeing this, that the Arts Commission has independently decided that I'm banned from that building. It was not on file with the War Memorial. There was no notice given to them about anything. This came as a wake-up call to a lot of people. This head of security has worked there for more than 30 years. He told me, never once in 30 years has this happened. We've never once banned anybody from this building. This is a building for the arts, and if you're an artist, it's certainly relevant for you to be able to be in this building and partake of things that are going on. And he actually apologized to me for that. But you can see the faulty reasoning put forth in their response, which is a petition for a restraining order. Well, it's a final restraining order that is relevant to the police, to the courts, and that would be on file. It's not a petition, first off. Second off, if they've moved offices, her complaint or her explanation for this is extremely vague. So who made this call to Deanna Rosenstein. I don't think it was even made. I don't think that, well, the police definitely were screaming at her. How can you look at the language of this restraining order? She has a right to be here. She's attending a public meeting. This is her First Amendment right. Is she disruptive? Is she doing anything that would cause alarm? There was no response. And basically they screamed at her. So you can understand how I would be seeking information. And to this day, I don't walk into the War Memorial Building. When the Opera Place is open, it might be a wonderful place to go. Who knows? But I'm certainly not going to. Well, I did once. Nick Gregoratos, a lawyer from the Sheriff Department, who I've known for more than 30 years, he said, you just walk in the building, sit down on a bench. When the police come, let the police decide. Take it, you'll spend a night in jail, you'll go in front of a criminal court judge, and it'll be decided. What are you filing this exhaustive appeal for? And he's right.
All right, is there any public comment on the motion to find no violation on this matter?
Hello, my name is Sally Johnson, and I think that we have some not noticeable abandons, and that Susan Alvin is Diana Silver, and I know she got a place over there teaching, and it's not being prone with a real new feature in our designating the police important to follow in respect to email and to red bottles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That motion passes without objection, with Member Pilpil being absent. Next on the agenda, file number 15113, complaint filed by Andrew Roy against Rebecca Capel and the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 and 67.27. The request was for information and public records regarding street artist Manuel Loli. The Arts Commission has provided records responsive to the request, but the complainant does not believe it is sufficient or complete.
Mr. Bowe, you have 5 minutes.
Once again, the reason for this was that Mr. Lowley filed an appeal, and I wanted to try to get all the documents I could, if I could assist him in any way, because he was an artist and he didn't speak English, and I didn't feel he had a fair shake at the street artist level.
May I pause that 1 second? Since there were so many documents submitted that were related to Mr. Lowley, can you state exactly what you believe you have not been provided?
Okay. First off, I made the request on July 28th. The response was on August 25th, so that's a late response. I made a follow-up call on September 2nd, and of course I was hung up on. The reason why this file is so thick is, once again, she provided the same documents 5 times. Is she doing this on purpose? I really have no idea. I think it's just basically probably a record-keeping issue, and then it goes into her believing that I'm harassing her. We sent you the documents before. We sent them before. Call, get hung up on, then she'll make another data dump of the same documents. I mean, it's really very bizarre. But what I did not get were the advisory notes, which I asked for. The advisory inspections and photos, a verifiable explanation why recent letters and photos. At a street artist meeting, I was told that a letter of I was in Nevada at a show away from phones, and I was told, yes, your letter will be included, you don't need to come back. No, it's not going to be included. Yes, it is. Yes, no. So finally I just came back because I didn't understand what was going on. So I wanted, in my request, I asked for documentation from August 1st to September 9th inclusive, and what I did not receive were the advisory inspections. That's the document I didn't receive, and it was a late response. You can see by the very thick file how she's gone off on all kind of rants possible. I just asked for specific information. It would have been 1 page. That's it.
Ms. Patterson, you have 5 minutes.
So there is a lot of documentation here. So if you don't see where we did not respond with the files requested, please let me know, and either we can go into my email or go through this deck. But I do think it's interesting that Ms. Trabue claims that she was trying to help Mr. Lawley, because as you can see from this email, she basically talks about, she writes us and says that she's writing us concerning activities of Mr. Lawley. She says she's familiar with his activities. She says that he set up an illegal space every weekend in the past year. And then just to sort of skip ahead, she says, there's a guy who hangs around a stand selling weed. He puts a backpack on Lawley's stand and sometimes acts as a lookout for inspectors of Lazar. So I don't necessarily think that it was with the intention of helping a fellow artist. And then if you notice up here, she, I asked her for clarification, because as she mentioned in her testimony, she sort of went back and forth as to whether or not she wanted to submit this letter with her identity. And she says that, I'm basically asking her to clarify because she has requested confidentiality for fear of retaliation and she requested her personal information be redacted. So just kind of rounding out a bunch of themes that we've heard tonight. As I provided the documentation of our log, she made 15 separate requests for various records pertaining to Mr. Lawley. We responded to all of them in a timely fashion. I think that after this, there were even more requests, but I don't have a recent copy of the log. If you see a specific instance where we did not respond, then let's address that. So I'll stop there, and you can resume questions or start. Yeah.
Okay, I must say that I did not review the 258 pages here, and after reviewing some 10 cases, spending a lot of time reviewing that, this is one that I didn't get to. Member Hensey, do you have...
based on I too didn't review the pages and pages documents provided, but based on what was orally presented, I do think that the timeliness violation is pretty clear.
Yep.
It was late.
I'm not sure I'm saying that. This was repeated request made over.
Okay.
So this was IDR after IDR after IDR. There were multiple IDRs.
I'm not seeing that then.
And
in terms of the specific document that the complainant referenced, I'm not really seeing that either. That's how I'm feeling. Any thoughts?
no, I'm saying, no, we've been provided some context here. We have to remember that it doesn't matter why Ms. Trabue wants this information, and it's certainly, this whole thing is interesting, but
I believe it comes down to the Arts Commission did provide, I believe they provided all the documents they had that were requested. It's a matter of were there additional documents that were not provided, and Ms. Trabue is stating that there were some advisory notices that were not provided. That's my understanding of the situation.
And the ones that were,
And do these advisory notices exist, and were they provided?
yes, so Ms. Patterson, what are these things, these advisory notices?
So there is an advisory committee which makes recommendations. A street artist has to prove that he or she hand makes his or her items, and the advisory committee evaluates that and then makes a recommendation to the committee. So those would be the advisory notes, and those are not necessarily, their commissioners don't serve on the so it's not a policy body, but we do make notes available, but they're not minutes that we, post necessarily.
But these are these are documents that exist.
Yeah, and we always turn them over. And actually, I think Alyssa maybe does post them on the website. Let me just check. I'm really fried right now, so I just
I appreciate that you're fried. I am as well.
Can I just jump in here?
No, we're waiting for something.
Yeah.
Advisory notes are
please have a seat.
inspections.
Excuse me.
Inspections.
Please have a seat.
And you've sold me all the time with this thing.
Huh?
You've sold me all the time with
Okay.
this.
Yeah. No, it was a.
I didn't realize that it was repeated ideas.
I didn't realize that.
She does make them available on the website. No, it's okay. So here are all the.
Into the microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this one on?
Yes, I can turn that one on. Go ahead.
So here are all of the advisory notes.
I'm seeing agendas for the committee meetings and
So
minutes.
here's the minutes.
Yeah. So that's what
It says Advisory Committee of the Street Artist Crafts Examiners, and
Right.
then, hold on. Okay, sorry. Oh, here, let me use the mouse. Street Artist Committee, it's separate. So here's the Advisory Committee, and this is like, this has commissioners on it. But we make the notes available.
So there would be notes available here that are about this.
Whatever transpires at the meeting. So, let's see, can we...
Is there one specific to Mr. Lowley listed in there somewhere?
Oh, I'd have to look through. Let's see, the time period, can we just review that really quick? Let's see.
It might be a matter of, if it was not in Mr. Lowley's file, they wouldn't know to look for it in this location. I'm just...
Excuse
please
me.
don't interrupt. That is just an opinion that, for your consideration, that if it's not in the specific file, the Arts Commission may not know where to look.
I'm just doing a quick word search. To see if it shows up in the advisory committee notes. Well, there's a lot of mention of him in other meetings, and there's supporting documents. So let's see.
See why I don't have a street artist permit. It's like being in Twilight.
It'll just take more time. I don't know. Right now, I can't tell you, if there was something specific related to the advisory notes. There may not have been. But basically, if we have the documents, we turn them over. So, I think that, you can see that we've responded to all of her requests with the documents that we have. So it's not like if we have them, we'll turn them over.
So I guess the issue is you have a lot of documentation specific to this individual, which you turned over to her. She's claiming that the advisory notes were not turned over to her.
Let's look.
And
Advisory committee notes. Here is one. I mean, you saw I did a word search that said lowly. So here's one, for example. Can you see?
Yes, I can see it.
Let's see.
I believe you asked for both.
Yeah, this says it has it attached, but I don't know why I can't pull it up here, but it says it does.
Yeah, it does show a.
Here's another one. Okay, that's a different topic, I guess.
So you did show us evidence that you had sent advisory committee minutes.
I can do a word search advisory committee in the Paula Detesh folder. Do you want me to do that?
Sure, yeah.
I haven't used that name in 3 years.
Excuse me.
Please have a seat.
Oh, come on.
Please have a seat.
Please sit down.
Please have a seat. If you leave the room, your items will be tabled.
Hey.
Please have a seat, Ms. Trudeau.
Okay, here's one.
This is for the next case, so don't let that one.
Okay, I'll open that up and we'll hold it in reserve.
Yes, please.
Oh no, what did I do? Hold on, sorry. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I think I just opened this one. This is the one. But here it is. You request to know what on an ongoing efforts have been made or are going to be made to monitor Manuel Lowley, who works Saturday, Sunday in the Market Street. So here, I'm responding to her request, and here are 2 attachments. Okay.
Okay, this is the one. The Faust.
Oh, this is another Faust one. Sorry. I just, I don't. This is sort of on the fly, so this is not like an organized way of going through this for you. Okay, we're kind of going. So.
I'm thinking.
I think that I've proven that we have provided her with advisory notes. You saw the email. So, if there's another thing and that's what she claims she didn't receive, and I've proven that we have. So it'd be great if, I think that, and our log shows that we've responded. There's tons of emails showing that we've been responsive. So I don't, I'll do another lowly. There were so many.
No, from seeing your email account, there's a voluminous number of emails here. And Ms. Trudeau, you must have a voluminous number of emails in your email account. You've mentioned you've had to get another email account because of this. So I can't not imagine having to get a handle on any of this. It's got to be very difficult for both of you. Well,
Can I have my little time?
excuse me. No, we're not there yet. You've had 4 hours of our time tonight. This is a different one, right? Yeah, okay.
This is 1026. I mean, so, yeah.
All right. We're talking about an enormous amount of information that was requested over a long period of time. And Ms. Trudeau, your head is spinning.
No.
No. I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
No, it's not.
It's late. I'm fried.
This is a very...
Excuse me. So at this time, Ms. Patterson, do you have anything more to say?
So I maintain that we've responded in a timely fashion and thoroughly with the records that were in our possession to every request that was about Mr. Lowley. We could spend the rest of our time going through all of my email correspondence, but I don't recommend that. I think that we have we've provided the evidence, and so again, if there's something that it specifically is not seen as being delivered, then we can investigate that further or not. So, thanks.
Mr. Bowe, you have 3 minutes.
It would be really nice if we could just stick to the topic instead of being all over the place and her with her versions of why I don't want this to be submitted and that and that and that. The reason we're here tonight is page 731, which is the original thing. I placed a phone call thinking this was the very first IDR on Manuel Lowley that I made. I asked for all documentation from this time to this time, request all logbooks, advisory inspections, and photos. Let me explain to you what this woman does not seem to understand. The advisory committee goes out to the street and monitors. So I was looking for the inspections done. There should be 4 committee members. 2 seats are vacant, so there are only 2 people who are out and about to monitor. It's a well-known fact that on Market Street between 4th and 5th, they haven't been out there for years. So I was hoping that possibly they'd be out there, that with this upcoming appeal, I can get some information, and so I'm looking for advisory inspections. I did not ask for committee reports. I did not ask for her to show this or that or a lot of irrelevant information to show that I'm harassing her. The heart of the matter is the same in every email. She hangs up the phone on me. I make a very clear and specific IDR. I follow it up because she doesn't seem to be able to read it, and she wants to put in whatever she wants. And it's usually, we already responded, we responded, we responded. She didn't, because she didn't take the time to read it. She didn't take the time to ask me for clarification. She just dumps, and it's always the same documents that she's dumping on me. So when you're seeing these voluminous things that jam up my email, I had to take it off my phone because it's sometimes there were 50 a day from her, and I'm not even contacting her, which is the oddest part. And it's all this repetitive nonsense. This was a waste of time and money. These are the same documents provided 5 times. This was not a timely response. And I asked for advisory inspections. I didn't get it. They weren't even included at the appeal in the respondent's brief, and it's a matter of public information. When Commissioner Fong asked, where are the advisory inspections? They didn't have them. So this IDR was not satisfied.
Member Hensey, do you
I move that no violation has occurred.
I second that, but if Ms. Trudeau is able to pinpoint some specific thing that she requested that she did not receive, you can tell the full task force about it. But right now, I
should have stated, at this time, I move that no violation.
Right.
Can you put this on in February, the same as the other one?
Well,
yes, we will.
Okay.
So,
Is there any public comment on the motion to find no violation?
Hello, I'm Sylvia Johnson, and I'm certain that like Diana Silver or Susan Flipper, you know, I think that this should be a double, because, you know, it's really non-respectable reading. Didn't take your time. I know it matters. It doesn't matter. I didn't even know want to look into an advisor. I never got any advisors at all, or any of it. And this is not love, or this is not to do with it. There were situations on any point of ours. Survival, you know, P&D arts that are all, you know, with W billing on getting, you know, professional non-perspectives.
On that motion, Member Hensey.
Aye.
Hensey, aye. Pilpel absent. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Item number 16, file number 15155, complaint filed by Andrew Lowe against Kate Patterson and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25. The complainant requested a copy of the fall study on November 3rd, 2015. The Arts Commission responded on the same day, but the complainant does not believe it is a responsive document. I have verified that a copy of the following document was provided, titled Feasibility Study by Kate Falls, MMP, in addition to other documents related to that.
all right, Ms. Trudeau, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, let me supply some background to make it very clear to you, so we're not caught up and okay. There were 2 studies done by Kate Faust. One was a kind of overview. It was presented to the Street Arts Committee, I believe, probably about 6 months ago. The documents weren't posted online. It was available to the public. Probably about 2 weeks after the presentation and the meeting took place, it was on the agenda for that meeting, which was weird, but that's what it was. David Pilpel came to that meeting, and he even remarked, I have some problems with the agenda. But nonetheless, that was the first study. The second one was a feasibility study, which was a follow-up study that was going to be presented on this November 4th meeting. So some days before, I look at the agenda. I see what it might be like a PowerPoint presentation, but a study is, this is the methodology, these are what we did, these are the numbers, this is the conclusion, yada, yada, yada. That's a study. That's what I look at it as. So a couple days before the meeting, once again, I call, I'm hung up on. So I ask, I would like to see the feasibility study. I don't see it online. So what she sends to me is the same PowerPoint presentation, a couple little nothings that were in the supporting document. So I email her back and I say, no, I'm looking for the study itself. And several other people have called and have gone in and asked for the study. I would like to see the pages, the numbers, yada, yada. So what came back again was this little PowerPoint thing, which was in the supporting documents. And to this day, people are asking, we would like to see the feasibility study, because it was a recommendation to go to the full commission, to go to the voters with some of it, and to go to the Board of Supervisors to amend the ordinance. So people wanted to know, and we never got those documents. Other people have gone in, they claim, we didn't get the link doesn't work. They come up with the usual filmy responses. So that specifically was what I was looking for. I didn't receive it. And once again, I saw Rebecca Krill at the Full Arts Commission a few days before. I asked her to send it to me. She didn't send them. So I made the IDR on November 3rd, made the follow-up call. There's no reason given, slams down the phone. I sent a follow-up email. And just to let you know, this study was not made available at the meeting itself. It wasn't on the table. It wasn't given out. And this woman presented her findings via Skype on the wall. She moved to New York. So she wasn't even there to present the findings, and it was a vague, it wasn't even a presentation because the Skype didn't work. There's echoes, there's static, there's a lot of nonsense going on. It was basically a waste of $16,000. And of course, the streetars, they're angry. For me, it's just completely typical. So the IDR was not satisfied. The agenda was altered well after the meeting took place on the first study, and I never got the feasibility study itself. I listened to the audio this afternoon again, and the claim that this study was going to be posted on the Arts Commission website a couple weeks afterwards. Well, it's more than a couple weeks afterwards, and nothing's been posted.
All right, Ms. Patterson, you have 5 minutes.
So I'm just going to go back to what is on the agenda, which is that it's a complaint that against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure response in a timely and/or complete manner. I got an email from Ms. Trabue on November 3rd. She asked for a specific document. I sent it to her. She said it was not correct. And basically, I responded with all 3 of the documents ever produced by Kate Faust that were in the Arts Commission's possession. Those are all the documents. There aren't any other documents that I had at the time, and they were all provided in a timely fashion. It was a thorough response. I have nothing more to add. I have the email. We all saw it. Those are the documents. They were provided.
Member Hensey, do you have any questions? Any thoughts?
I'm prepared to move that no violation.
Yeah, I don't see a violation here, too. I mean,
we saw the proof.
Right. We saw the evidence that there was a timely response, and that this person hired to conduct a study didn't produce a study or a document that Ms. Trabue had expected. So that's all we had. Okay. So
Motion is to find no violation. There are no members of the public in the room at this time on that motion. Member Hensey?
Aye.
Hensey, aye. Pell absent. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is general public comment. There are no members of the public in the room.
I really blew that one. I should have asked for it about 3 hours ago. But
Item number 19, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items are listed. If there are no announcements, I'll move on.
yes.
Item number 20, adjournment.
You're a trooper.
The
No
meeting is
objections.
adjourned at 8:20 p.m.
Good night.
Thanks.
Good night.